stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello. Happy Friday evening, very late at night, depending on where you are. I'm glad to see that you all made it. I've missed you all. I was freezing my butt off in the snow in Big Bear, so I'm happy to be back, but I had to do a lot of catching up from the vacation. So hi, Mel Mac. Hi, Christine. Hi, Aries Girl. Hi, Joe. Hi, Connie, Amanda, Jessica. Cool Gamer in the house. Hi, Jen Lou. I'm really sorry. Do you want to? You're welcome to come up here. You know, I always love talking to you, unless you're like looking for a break from the craziness of all of this. Hi, Jane Doe. Hi, Mrs. Troy. Hi, Samantha. Three Musketeers. Hi, Chris Flowers. Hi, Allie. K-Braze. BR the Star. Hello, everybody. Hi, Queen. Hi, Alibi. Hi, Kate. Justice Jane. Hi, Gail. Hi, Angela. Did anyone else hear a juror covered their head or face with a cloth or something during testimony? I heard it 2 times, but can't find anything about it now. I didn't. I did hear a juror cry during Alec's testimony. Yeah, you can join me whenever. I'll send you the link. Whenever you want to. Come on, let me get it to you. Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta get back in the swing of things here. Okay. Good evening. In 1960, good morning. Oh, see, I didn't even say good morning. I said good evening and very late at night. Covered their face with a blanket? How would a juror have a blanket? Hi, TT, by the way. Hi, Tara. Hi, Twisted Gemini. Hi, Sunset Gazing. No, but I've watched that. Don't they? Isn't that the one with the cam? I think they have their cam up there. No, here, I'll show you guys a picture. You guys want to see a picture of how much snow was there? And it's snowing even more. Where I'm at now, it's just a massive amount of rain. Shoot. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Hold on. I'll bring this over here. I'll show you guys. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think I have it in here. But my oldest 2 kids got to go snowboarding for the first time, so that was really cool. You know, we went to this cabin last year, and it was like perfect snow, but we got snowed into the cabin, so we couldn't go anywhere. But it was the first time that my kids had seen snow. I know that sounds weird to all of you guys who are like, we live in the snow. This is like not that big of a deal. We all hate it. Why did I not find this? Oh, here it is. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you guys. Hi, Dave. James from court. Did he change his name? Isn't that what's his name? Oh my goodness.
Here I am.
Look at who's here.
Step aside.
Hi, beautiful.
I'm back.
You taking a break from the schoolwork? A little student?
Yeah, I'm getting straight A's.
I know you are.
It is
And
not
I don't
easy.
expect anything less.
I don't know what I was thinking. Like I was just going to skate through it, but it's hard, you guys. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot. I know. Here, hold on. There you go.
Ah!
That was me in the snow.
I can't believe you went to the snow on a vacation.
Well, it's okay. So the kids have like
mean,
this weird school schedule now. So it's called ski week. So we're like, okay, I guess we should probably go
it doesn't mean
ski.
you have to go ski.
Yeah, well, they went snowboarding, so I figure that counts, right?
Did you
Yeah,
have
look
fun?
at it's just dumb. It's just it was a dumb amount of snow coming down.
Did you have fun?
Oh, I had a blast.
Do you have
It was
both
so fun.
knees?
What?
You have both knees still?
Well, yeah, I didn't go snowboarding.
Oh, okay.
No, the kids went. The kids went snowboarding. Yeah, it was freezing cold.
Well,
So
that's good.
this is what I was doing all week, and then I would sneak away and watch the Alec Murdaugh trial. So I'd like going. So we went with all my in-laws, and we share this huge cabin. It's just ginormous, and so I would sneak into my room and like I would listen to the Murdaugh trial.
And then here I am.
I'd be like, "Where's
messaging
Teresa?"
you.
And I'd like pause it and walk out and be like, "Oh, I was just doing some stuff and some things, that's fine."
And then when I get when I get all excited about something, and then I come messaging you like, "Why are you ignoring me?"
I know, and I'm like, I'm on vacation. I'm not even supposed to be on my phone. Yeah, it was a lot of snow. I don't like to work that hard to play. Yeah, no, me either. I was like, no, Muffy! Hi, Muffy! Betty Joe, I did hear they're going to tear down the house. I saw that this morning. They're going to tear down the Idaho house. I have to say, I was actually kind of surprised. I didn't think they'd actually tear it down, but apparently the owners gave the house to the university to do what they want with it. And so the university is going to tear it down, and they're going to decide what they're going to do with that property. All right, let me get rid of this crazy picture. Right, when did you guys see what I was doing in the snow? Hi, Savizant. You've been watching the trial all week? Yeah, I know. I was behind. So when people would like try to message me and ask me a question about it, I'm like, I'm not even there yet. I have no idea what's going on. Like I'm really like I'm still in the morning time. So it kind of took me all day. But I also squeezed in at like 10 o'clock one night. I squeezed in all 3 episodes of the Netflix special. So who here watched the Netflix special?
I didn't.
You haven't watched it? Hi,
I
Ellie.
did not.
Hi, Tracy.
Hi, everybody in chat. I don't have my YouTube chat window open, so I'm not ignoring
Muffy
anybody.
just said hi to you. Muffy said, hi, Christine.
Hello, everybody that said hello to me, plus everyone else.
Yeah, I didn't know if they would exploit it. Like I didn't think they'd turn it like into like a bed and breakfast or like a museum or anything, but I did think that they would just continue to rent it out. I mean, it's a source of income. Oh, Ellie, you're watching it now?
What
Okay,
Netflix
so
special
for
are you
anybody who
talking about?
hasn't, what?
For Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so go ahead. Haven't watched
So
it.
anybody who hasn't watched the Netflix special, it's 3 episodes long, and it's a little outdated. So some of the stuff and outdated doesn't sound right. I don't know what to say, but it's a little behind on what the facts are. So some of the things that are said in the Netflix special are some of the things like from mainstream media that aren't actually true. So they talk about like the shirt, and they talk about that Maggie was shot from behind, and like things that we've now learned with the trial are not necessary. They're not true. She was shot from the front, and because they said like she was running away as she was shot, which most people assumed before the trial actually happened, but then we found out that that's not true. Hi, Steph. So it's 3 episodes. It's called the Southern Murdaugh, the Southern Scandal. It was interesting, though, because what we do hear a lot about that we've not heard is from Morgan, who's Paul's ex-girlfriend.
I have not heard anything from her yet. And I want to.
So she talks a lot in this documentary, so you want to watch it. And I know that you have Netflix. So I know you can. It took them a while to do this documentary because lawsuits were still going on. Right. So in the one that was on HBO Max, the the kid Anthony Cook, whose girlfriend was Mallory Beach, who passed away in the boating accident. He was in that one, but we didn't hear from Morgan in that one, and we didn't hear from Connor Cook, who's Anthony's cousin, who is the one that they like kind of kept going back and forth on whether he was actually driving the boat or not. We hear from him in this one as well, and he still has a good chunk scar right here. But I found it very interesting.
I didn't realize that they were last name Cook.
What? Oh yeah, because they're cousins. They both have cooks. They're both cooks. Oh, Miss Arnold, you're gonna watch it tonight? Okay, it's good. I mean, I watched all 3 back to back, and it just felt like I watched a movie. So there's some things that I find very interesting that come up. She does claim that Paul was physically abusive to her. There's the lovely Jen Lou. Hi, beautiful.
Hi, Gorge. Hi, what you doing? Hi, pretty girls. Hi, Christine.
Hi.
Hey, babe.
I got my duck voice again.
So, Jen, did you watch the new Netflix one?
Okay, I got all the way up to the beginning of episode 3. And to be honest, after I streamed this morning, I was like, I'm just going to lay here and just like rest my brain for a minute while they were on lunch. Y'all, the next thing I knew, it was fucking 5 o'clock. I was out. I was so tired.
So did you cram in the rest of his testimony from this afternoon then?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And both of you, I know I said to both of you specifically about those dogs, about how was both of the dogs, what are their names? Bubba and
Grady.
Yep.
I said, how were they both in the kennels when he put them away if she was at Edisto or if she was staying the night at Edisto or whatever? Like, they shouldn't have both been in the kennels when he put them away that day.
Right. And he brings that up today. And I thought,
and he said it, and I was like, boom!
That he wasn't convinced that she wasn't coming back because the dogs were there, especially Bubba.
Right. Like, there was this very, very weird exchange between Prosecutor Waters and Alec Murdaugh regarding that. And Alec's point was, I always wanted her to come home. So I didn't have a conversation with her specifically that day about coming home. It was a constant thing, was his point. Mm-hmm. And if she had, and he said, if she had planned to stay at Edisto, she would not have Bubba and Grady in the kennels. But right. She had workers at her, she was having her homework done, number one. And number two, she did plan to go out there. We know that she did, because she wasn't going to leave Bubba and Grady at the house where the work was being done. So she brought them over to Moselle. And by the time she got done with everything that she was doing that day, and the plan was to go see his dad, he knew she was going to stay the night that night. Her sister knew she was going to stay the night at Moselle. That was the plan. There was a whole group text.
So what Alex does when he's on the stand, and he's very particular, and we're going to probably end up disagreeing on this, but I love you anyway.
Get ready. True color, I saw you saying about your unpopular opinion.
Yeah, the words he uses are on purpose. And
yeah.
Waters asked, like, so you didn't know she was coming home? He's like, that's not what I said. You asked me if I asked her to come home, and I didn't ask her on the phone to come home. I asked her all the time to come home.
Right.
So it wasn't anything new. I didn't call her and specifically ask her to come home that night.
Right. There was not a phone call for the express purpose of asking her to come home that night. That's what that's what he said. He's very purposeful and very deliberate in his speaking. He is a lawyer. It is his job to convince people.
He's a better lawyer than the prosecutor, in my opinion.
Oh yeah. I mean, the last hour of it today, I was really frustrated. Like, he was just harassing him. Like, what was his actual point? Like, we get it. He lies. You think he lies, and he lies on Wednesdays. He lies on Tuesdays. He lies on Saturdays. You also lie on Sunday.
Yeah.
like, okay.
So, okay, hold on. So, let me see. There's somebody said something in chat. So, Mrs. O, why were the pajamas there? That's a great question. Who the heck put these pajamas there, and why would they put pajamas there? Like, did anybody ever lay out Maggie's pajamas for her? Like, that's weird to me. I don't even understand that whole thing, or what the purpose of that testimony was.
Well,
I think that I think the implication, without coming out and saying it, is that that some things that were in that home were staged, which I actually believe. But by who is the question, and what end?
I know.
Yeah, I know you do.
I know who.
You don't know. You don't know, but you think you do. You've got to. I mean, I have to say, it is a pretty good theory. It's just that, look, I can't go down another damn ass rabbit hole right now. I just cannot do it. I can't. I would love to go down that rabbit hole with you because there are some questions. Do what?
Are you talking about Christine's rabbit hole?
Yes.
I've not spoke my rabbit hole. I'm just here chilling, Jen Lou.
Yeah. I know, but Jen's like, I already know where this is going.
I'm not going to make you. No, I'm not going to make you speak it. You say it when you're ready, if you ever are. But my point is that
the Blanca's lying ass all over it. Yeah, so I'm ready.
I need to make sure that everybody that's coming into chat knows that I totally appreciate everybody's opinions. And we do not fight about our opinions. Everybody's opinion is welcome, and we do not always agree. For whatever reason, Christine and I agree this time, which is very weird. And then Jen and I are kind of on opposite sides, which is also very weird.
It's usually the opposite. It's usually me and Teresa, and then going against Christine.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's me in the middle, where I can see both of their points.
So I am struggling with this trial. I'm not going to say that I think that he's necessarily innocent, but I am struggling to find him guilty. And I know that upsets a lot of people because that's kind of the consensus, is that this man is 100% guilty. And so just letting you know before you come in, because I know how frustrating it could be going into a chat with people that don't agree with you and so on and so forth. I get it. Most of the chats I'm in, everybody thinks he's guilty, and I'm kind of the lone guy out there. I am not convinced this man is guilty.
I don't think he did it at all.
So I just want to make sure that you guys in chat know that. I don't want you guys getting pissed off at me, because this is kind of where I'm at. And if somebody else, has a different opinion, I'm totally okay with that too. Just, make sure that we always respect each other. Hi, BG. Hi, Pointer Lover. Hi, Tara Lee. Let me see. Alec plays this innocent, oblivious Southern gentleman that simply lied because of his addiction. He's a damn manipulator and puts in like he's a common man like you or I. He's not. I see your point, but he is just a guy. He's a human being. I mean, so he still thinks along the lines of as we do. But I don't know about the Southern gentleman, because I think he's a piece of crap. I think he's a liar. I think that he probably did a lot of shitty things to probably really good people, but I just don't know if he actually walked up. I'll tell you exactly why I feel this way. Because he's a chicken shit. I cannot imagine that this chicken shit, who, whether he's a master manipulator, wants to play Southern gentleman or anything else, he's a chicken shit, which is why he was an addict and tried to hide that from everybody. He wasn't proud of it. He stole everybody's money. He could have cared less. He wasn't going to go tell those people. Do you think that he's called all those people that he says, yeah, I stole your money and you were a good person? Do you think he's called all those people and apologized or said, I'm sorry? He won't face necessarily those things. So I cannot picture that he walked up to his son, looked him in the eyes, and shot him in the face or in that vicinity. I cannot imagine that he was talking with his wife, watching her defend herself, and he could look her in the face and shoot her. I just don't think he could. If you told me they were both shot from behind and the coward walked up or drove by on the golf cart, like I know a lot of people are thinking now, drove by on this golf cart with these guns and killed his family, I may be more inclined to believe it. I just don't think that he could look him in the face and do it. I don't think he could. Well, he couldn't do it from the golf cart necessarily, because the gun that killed Paul was in the gun room. He physically had to be in the gun room with the gun. I mean, like, he didn't, but the barrel of the gun is in the gun room. Both experts on both sides established that. So he's not on the golf cart because there's a little curb there that goes up into the feed room. So he's not shooting from there. He has to be off the golf cart to shoot Paul. So, okay, that's where I'm at. So, like I said, you guys can just know that's where I'm at. Do I ultimately, if they find him guilty, I'd be like, okay. If they find him not guilty, I'm gonna be like, kind of figured it.
See, and I think that the act of shooting an unarmed person is the epitome of a cowardly act. I don't think it takes any type of balls or bravery to shoot somebody who's not armed.
But to look them in their face? He had to look them in their face.
I mean, I just don't think that. I think that doesn't require bravery. I think it's actually an incredibly cowardly act.
See,
that's just me, though.
More cowardly if he's doing it from behind and like they don't know. Like I don't see that he could let them see that he was the one doing it. That's where my biggest thing comes in. And then I look for the pieces that go against that, and then I look for the pieces that go with it.
I mean, I just think that I think that I don't necessarily. Listen. He may not have looked them in the eye. Maybe that's why his shots are the way they are. To be quite honest with you.
Okay, so
I don't think he. I don't think. I think he just. I mean, look. Look. It's not like he took a weapon that's. I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gun. You have to aim. I get that, right? But I feel like it isn't like he was, 11 billion miles or far away, right? And using a scope and, being a whole sniper about it, right? He just pointed a very strong firearm in the direction of two human beings and basically obliterated them. I don't think it takes any kind of special skill or knowledge or bravery to do what he did. He shot two unarmed people. And that's at the low end of it. And then you go and then it's his son and it's his wife. And I just think I think that I agree with you that he's an absolute coward and that he's a total chicken shit. But I think that it's because Teresa, the reason you're seeing it the way you're seeing it is because you couldn't do something like that to somebody you love. So for you and me too, it would be like you would have to. There's no words for that for people that we don't think that way, and so you think. I think the word that you're thinking you're mistaking for courage is fucking audacity. Audacity doesn't mean that you actually are brave or courageous or anything. He just had a shit ton of audacity. That's why he hauled his ass up there on that stand like he did. And I have to. I'm not going to speak to whether I've never seen him on trial as a trial lawyer, so I can't say whether he's a better lawyer than Mr. Waters. But what I can say is that Mr. Waters caught him when he finally got it down to the timeline and was really pressing him. He caught him in a couple of lies, big lies, important lies.
Name one.
He said that he did not. He said that the first thing that he did was call 911, and that's not the first thing that he did. It's not even the second thing that he did. It's actually the third or fourth thing he did. The first thing he did was pull up Then he got
Well,
out of the car.
in his interview, though, he says,
Correct,
I
but
called them
on this,
relatively, like recently, like
but
relatively.
on but on the stand, he said the first thing he did was call 911, and he didn't. And he doubled down and he tripled down, and then
But
Waters played that audio of him in the car.
if he was like a husband, if they were looking at him like he was a grieving husband, the fact that he can't remember if he pulled up and pushed into park or pulled his phone out and dialed 91111 first would be normal. But he is only being looked at as a suspect from the get. And so his normal behavior for anybody, like a husband that was great, like just stumbled on that situation, is suddenly not normal.
So then explain that. So you think that he was not treated, he was treated as a suspect from the minute that they showed up?
Yeah.
Do suspects sit in the front seat of the car or of a police vehicle or a back seat of a vehicle?
Person of interest would sit in the front seat. Suspect would even sit in the front seat.
I mean,
Do
as soon
suspects,
as they pulled up,
are
everybody's
suspects
a-
allowed to have their entire call log show up at a crime scene?
but
And
so
do
Lou, at
suspects
the onset of
typically
homicide,
direct the
everybody is
investigation? Do suspects
everybody's a
direct the
typically
investigation.
direct the investigation?
How
Okay.
did he direct the investigation? He didn't direct any of it.
everybody's a suspect when they walk up. Everyone was a suspect right away.
They didn't treat him like a suspect from jump.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that.
I don't think that they did. I think they listened to his
Why did they
story
take his GSR?
because he admitted he handled the gun.
So, okay, he already admitted it. Now you know it's going to be positive. What good's that?
Well,
gonna
no,
be?
because a clean, unfired gun wouldn't have GSR on it.
A clean, unfired
gun would not have GSR on it.
Okay, so to your point then, they tested him and it had GSR, which would make him a suspect, which is why they're testing him for GSR.
I think they would test anybody for GSR. I guess
Okay.
I feel like what you guys are saying is, and maybe this is on my part, but I feel like it feels like you guys are using the term suspect like with a negative connotation. Like immediately they treated him poorly. And I don't think that's not what you're implying. And maybe that's just me. So no, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I feel like maybe that's my thing, is that I'm interpreting what you're saying incorrectly. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think that they treated him poorly. I just think that he was a suspect right away. Yeah. I mean,
and I guess maybe I think of when somebody says they treated him like a suspect immediately, like they had tunnel vision. And I don't think that's true. I think that SLED in the very beginning gave him a certain level of privilege that they would not give other people because of his close relationship with law enforcement. And they did it to the detriment of this case. I am fully SLED fucked up in a lot of ways, period. That's the truth. And at the end of the day, it's because it's their screw ups in the way that they handled the crime scene and the way that they treated Alec in the beginning. Not just him, all of his friends were there who are also are friendly with law enforcement. And they extended him some privileges that they likely wouldn't have extended other people. And it was to the detriment of their case. And the truth of the matter is, Alec Murdaugh could very likely walk because of it, and it's their own fault.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree.
I can see it both ways. I can see it both ways.
Right now is exactly what I'm trying to say. I don't think they treated him like a suspect, like he was their only person. What I do believe is they suspected him immediately, as they typically would. I do not have all the discovery for this case, so I cannot say without a doubt that they did not entertain other suspects. But what I can say is I do not believe they understood the suspect pool was as big as it in my opinion, should have been. In what they've done and what Waters has done is gone up and given the motive for 5,000 other people to want to kill Paul. And if Maggie happened to be there, kill Maggie. If Alec had been there, kill Alec.
Yeah, but except for those 5,000 other people, if you're okay, so first of all, let's talk about who would be in the circle of the 5,000 other people. Are we talking about the boat lawsuit and the clients, or just
all of it?
All the clients.
Okay, but the clients didn't know that he was stealing from them, you guys. The clients didn't know that that he was stealing. Oh yeah. Well, if
I'm not talking about any of the people that he stole from. I'm talking about
just the boat case.
The victims of the boat case, the families of the victims of the boat case, the friends of the victims of the boat case. You've got this person who is in rehab in September, and they keep trying to say like they didn't even know he had a drug problem, but now they're like totally feeding into the fact that he had a drug problem. And then if you take that and you take in cousin Eddie and all the money that this dude had, and I'm sorry, there's other charges outside of just this one, and part of it has to do with manufacturing drugs.
Yes,
now,
you're right.
You're not playing with an addict who was just out there buying a few pills off this guy on the street corner. This man is, in my opinion, probably involved in the manufacturing and the dealing of drugs.
I think he was in the business. Yes, I agree with you.
You're playing with a lot of people that you don't want to play with. That will come in, and Nancy Grace actually made a comment. And she's like, "That happens in the movies, ha 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 ha." And I'm like, "No, that shit happens in real life. The cartel.
They make movies about that.
They will kill your family."
Yeah, movies are for I mean, obviously not like DC comic movies. Well, I wish that was based on real life. That's neither here nor there. But most movies about like the cartel or stuff like that, those are based on a little bit of real life. I mean, it's obviously, dramatized for the movies, but yeah, I mean, but the thing about the cartel is they leave a message and they do something to the body. Well, they would have talked about it at autopsy when they presented the case. The pathologist would have talked about it.
Not just a message on the body. We're talking about a message at the crime scene. We don't know they didn't because the crime scene's a flipping disaster.
Well, that's true too. But usually the cartel will leave us. They'll do something very specific to the body depending on what it is, what message it is they're trying to send.
So my
that
whole point
doesn't mean that it couldn't
need to be in the circle. He does need to be in the circle. He totally should have been in the circle. I totally understand what Owen was saying, or David Owens was saying about the circle. The problem I have is that they kept saying they couldn't get him out of the circle, but they could. They could have gotten him out of the circle because they tested his clothes and it didn't come back with their blood on it. But they tried to say that it did, and they lied to the grand jury about the fact that it did. And I don't think he technically lied on purpose. I think that the expert, quote unquote, you can't see my quotations, the expert was saying that this is what it was, and it turns out it wasn't. So I think it was bullshit. But that shirt is a huge deal. They have still, to this day, never ever asked for or looked for those clothes.
Well, because Blanca
he was wearing in the Snapchat video. And the Snapchat video is the one that they had relatively quickly because that Snapchat video had been sent to the friends and they had that. They knew he was
they did have that.
Outfit. They didn't have the kennel video until over a year later. But they didn't ask for those clothes. Why weren't they looking for those clothes? Why weren't they asking for those clothes? I struggle when he could have been removed because they didn't have the necessary pieces to keep him in.
I have a question. Why do you think that his defense team is like they're this is what they do, they're trial lawyers? Why are they not putting up the defense that he's being framed?
I don't know.
Like, why would they not make the defense that he's being framed and point out all the things that the only person that is like testifying to these clothes is Blanca? And there's a whole lot of history with Blanca that they didn't even touch on, that they didn't bring up at all. And we know that they know it because SLED said that the financial investigation overlapped the murder investigation. So there's no way that Blanca's misdeeds did not come to light. There's no way that happened. So why is the defense not putting up the defense that he was framed?
So before I answer that question, I'm going to go back to my circle and all the other people that should have been in the circle.
Okay.
Because as we know, the rumors, and this will lead into what Christine's talking about, there was a ton of rumors that Alec had affairs, multiple affairs over the years, and that he was, at the time of the deaths, having an affair and paying for apartments for people. Obviously, this has nothing to do with the trial. This is all the mumbo jumbo that comes out on social media.
Right.
But that he was having affairs, right?
Right.
So now you have mistresses. You have multiple mistresses, supposedly, that would be in the circle. We have the testimony that says back in the day, he did have this chick from college that messaged him, and Maggie got a little jealous. And then there was another situation where he's asked to leave the home. So now we've got other people. Now, there's also the rumor that Maggie was having an affair. And once again, this is not from the trial. This is pure rumors throughout the whole social media. So
it is
what you want. Yeah,
absolutely. It's absolutely a rumor.
It is gossip, and I totally agree. My point is I'm saying at the beginning of this, there's a big, I shouldn't say beginning. I don't mean that night, but I do mean in the first few months of people that I cannot say they investigated or didn't investigate because I don't have the discovery. So we're just kind of going through the whole thing as from that point, not from right now. So at that point, you have that she's supposedly having an affair, and now you're going to have more motive of other people that she would have been having an affair with, that she's not leaving her husband, even though, rumors were, remember, she contacted a divorce attorney and she was going to leave him. So now you have all these other people. You have an unknown male DNA under her fingernails, and people think it's CB Rose. It's not necessarily his. What it does is it matches a couple of his markers of his DNA, so it could be his, but it's not necessarily his. It's somebody who could be related to him, though. It's somebody that it's not Alex, it's not Paul's, so it's not. There's another person there. There's this brown hair that was found in her hand that we've not heard anything about during the trial, and I don't know
on either side.
Well, I don't know if that's something that came up in like evidentiary hearings that we weren't. I wasn't watching at that point, so I don't know, but. My whole thing is there's a lot of other people in the circle. So when he testifies and he says Alec was in this circle and I could never get him out, in my opinion, that's bullshit. He could have gotten him out when the evidence didn't point to that he was the one who fired the guns. They don't have the guns. They think they're family guns. They cannot prove that because those guns are not there. They do not have them. So we have to infer as the public or as a juror that those are the weapons that were used. So anyway, back to Christine's point, there are other people who have motive. There are other people who are involved in these schemes with him.
That are a big part of the prosecution's case.
Right.
Well,
we don't know in those schemes because he's not doing this by himself, as we all know now.
No, he's absolutely not doing it. No, and I agree with you there. The people that I can say that I believe that they ruled out would be like Connor. They ruled out Connor because he talks about it. They ruled out Anthony Cook. He talks about it because they did go interview those boys and they wanted their cell phone data and they wanted their they wanted their alibi, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that part they did correctly. As far as the associates, now I touched on this the other night, but probably not a whole lot in depth because, to be quite honest, I was getting tired. But I find the fact that the prosecution has so many witnesses that were partners in the law firm with him interesting, because it's quite a conundrum for them. The law firm is who turned him into the police for the financial stuff. Okay. And they've been deposed because that trial is upcoming. They've testified that they were deposed. So I'm curious how that works, because they all have kind of admitted to knowing things. Like Nolan Tootin, who's not a lawyer, he's, the friend, right? He admitted that he saw that he would do the running for Alec, and that there were times he would cash checks for him and bring the cash back, and that Chris Wilson was in the room, or in Alec's office with Alec when he would give over this wad of cash, essentially. And so were members of law enforcement. That's problematic. But I there's definitely some corruption going on here. And I personally think that Alec had help in some capacity. I don't think he acted alone. And you're right, Teresa, without the full discovery, which I was thinking about that when you were talking about it. How can we get that full? I wonder if they would, after the trial, if we would be able to request it and get it.
Right.
How much of it, because so many other of their investigations, the murder investigation overlaps other investigations, and other investigations overlap the murder one. So I'm curious if the request would be granted. We should try it.
We definitely
should try to get it. We should try to get it. And I bet you
what other evidence there is that either points to him or away from him that we're not seeing. Because once again, anybody who doesn't know, we didn't follow this case like in detail like we follow other open cases, and Jen Lou doesn't really even like the open cases, but keeps getting sucked in lately. But I didn't follow this case as it was unfolding. I just knew the general story.
Same.
And so our discussions are coming primarily from what we're hearing at trial, and not from all the little things that, as true crime sleuths, we would be finding out if we were paying attention the whole way.
Plus, for me personally, I always trial evidence is good evidence most of the time. This is one of those. This is a case I wasn't prepared for, you guys. I really have to say this one has done a number. But typically, you hear the truth when you're given trial evidence. Obviously, you can judge the weight of each piece yourself, but for the most part, the reason they use it at trial is because it is stuff they feel that they can prove. So, but this case, what I find interesting is that the defense hasn't even offered an alternative suspect at all yet, which I thought for sure they would, but they haven't. Nor have they actually, when you get right down to it, brass tacks, they actually haven't put on any exculpatory evidence of their own.
I thought about this, and I think that it probably comes down to the fact that they seem to be the types of attorneys that are only playing against the prosecution instead of a defense of their own. I think because, I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does. I know what you mean.
I know you do. Yeah. So the state obviously has the burden of proof. So they have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this man killed his wife and kid. And they're actually two separate charges. So he could get found guilty on one and not guilty on the other. Mm-hmm. But I doubt that. But I'm just saying it could be. And then, so the state has this burden of proof. So defense attorneys can come up a couple of different ways, and they will either present their case as in, look, the shit that they're trying to sell you over there is lies. That doesn't add up because we have all this information. Other defense attorneys will come to the table and be like, this is what really happened. Think of like Casey Anthony, who, Jose Baez tried to prove that she drowned and that grandpa did it and da-da-da-da-da. Comes up with this alternate theory. So I think we're just in the first part where they're just saying, like. And
then you have attorneys like Chandler Halderson's attorneys who basically say, we don't have to put shit on at all. And they didn't. But that's not what these attorneys have done some things, but not, I don't know. It's just, It's crazy.
So I want to talk about, before we dig too far into Alec's testimony, I want to get your guys' thoughts on, and I'm going to do my regular old poll. I'm putting it up right now. I want to get your thoughts on, because it's been a week, so I know that like so much has happened this week, but I haven't been able to talk to you guys about it. The reconstruction by the defense on, the prosecution likes to keep saying that it's an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old and so on and so forth, but they're saying that the shooter was most likely between 5'2" and 5'4". Thoughts?
Yeah, it was a woman.
I'm going to say this. Let me say this. I had two thoughts. When I first watched the reenactment, my first thought was, it looks like they have, the guy from Terminator 2 when he like gets all silver and liquidy and changes form. That's who I thought of. But then the second thought I had was Christine. Not that you did it, but I thought of you.
Yeah. Where were you at, Christine, on June 7th, 2021?
I didn't do it.
No, I just thought of what you and I had talked about, and I was like, oh. But I didn't want to bug you because I knew you were at school.
Thank you. Well,
You're
so
welcome.
look at there's select people in here that do know what I think. Teresa, Jen, LFT, I just talked to you about it, and Tia. So I mean, there's some people that do know what I think and suspect, but I backed it up with court documents. Like, so when
well, you got to kind of share what your whole thought process here is. You don't have to share all the details to it, but at least kind of tell them. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like 5'2" to 5'4". I'm like, Waters, how tall are you?
I think that Blanca is definitely involved, and I don't know why they didn't. I mean, the way that they questioned her on the stand, like they were like, "Isn't it true that Alec always introduced you as friend, and he never introduced you as his housekeeper? He always said friend, right?" And it just seemed like to be like in a really goading way, like he called you his friend, and and look what you're up here saying, So the thing is that there's so much history with Blanca, and if you took her testimony and you negated everything because you knew she wasn't trustworthy, what would you think about the case? Because she's the one that said about the shirt, and she's the one that said about she went in the house the next day and things looked weird, and Alec came to her and tried to tell her that he was wearing something else. Like, she has a lot of this really fire red testimony that people are taking at face value. But what you don't know about the situation is that she was not just an interpreter. She was complicit with Forge. And there's court documents. I'm not just saying this because, like, there's court documents of her wiring money and stuff under Forge. And she was totally part of that whole thing. So if she was his accomplice in fraud, and she was there at the house, and then she says she left to go get her son from school, except that according to public records and where she lives and the school that her son would have been at, school got out for the summer the Friday before, and they were killed on Monday. Like, where was she really? And she is being, obviously there's a murder investigation overlapping with the financial fraud investigation. And why is she on the stand giving such testimony? And why isn't the defense challenging her? And there's just so many whys.
How tall is she? I mean, I'm serious.
She wore heels during her testimony. She wore tall shoes.
I would say that Blanca looks to me to be somewhere in somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4". That's what she looks like to me.
She does look like she fits the height, and they keep trying to say that it's some, it's like 11 or 12-year-old kid or blah blah blah, but the defense makes a good point, even though it is stricken from the record, that one of the attorneys is a female that's 5'2".
And
Oh
let me,
yeah, the Poot said it. He said,
I want to say
my law
like
assistant is 5'2", and she's an adult, I can assure you.
on
Something
the
like
very
that.
beginning of her testimony, when they're reading the text messages, and they're like, and then Maggie says about the Mexicans locking the door, and then the attorney goes, "That didn't bother you, did it?" And she says, "No." Let me tell you something. My mom immigrated from Mexico to the United States, and she was very intelligent, college educated, probably so like Blanca. Blanca was educated. She had been in the Navy. She was a trained and retired veteran, and then she goes to South Carolina, and she ends up helping Alec in his probably in one of the very first forge schemes. That's how they met. And then she starts working for his wife, and suddenly she's working for a white woman that's never worked a day in her life. She's the housekeeper. And when that attorney said, "That didn't bother you," how she said about the Mexicans, and Blanca says, "No, yes, it did. There was 0% chance that flew over her head, and she didn't mind it at all." For a white woman that had never worked, didn't have the outstanding career that she claims to have had in prisons and gang units and all this kind of stuff that she presented herself to be, there's 0% chance that didn't bother her. So they were just, the way that they questioned her to me was just really like they were poking her, like it was
They
odd.
were poking her. They were poking her because let me say, okay. I talked about this a little, didn't we? Yes, me and Teresa did when I had everybody on the panel.
Mhm.
And I'm going to tell you right now, that's not the first time I heard the text, right? Because they read it before. The first time I heard the text, it made me feel some type of way. I'm not going to lie. It did. I'm Mexican. It made me feel some type of way. I can't help it.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
It
I'm
just
not
did.
Mexican, and it made me feel some type of way.
It's just,
It absolutely bothered her.
it made me feel some type of way. I'm not going to lie. And then when Blanca testified and they asked her that, it made me feel some type of way. And when they pointed out to Blanca that he never talked to her, he never introduced her as his housekeeper, as if she should be grateful for that, as if she was being introduced above her station in life, because her last job ended up being a housekeeper. That pissed me off, because everything else aside, just take her resume. Everything that Christine said is accurate. It's 100% true. Not only that, but every job that she took was for the betterment of her kids. It wasn't about her, which job was the easiest, or which job didn't have so much physicalness to it. None of that mattered. The jobs that she took based on the insurance and benefits that were provided. So, it did bother her. I promise you it did. But she wasn't going to say that on the stand, because
So
I
can we
think
talk
they
about
wanted her to
how
say that
many
on the stand.
lawsuits that Alec was her attorney for? When they don't bring that up when she's on the stand.
No,
And I
they
know if
don't.
that
And
has
they
something
don't
to do
bring
with,
up the ones that she helped him with, the clients that,
she was a translator.
right.
Not just the translator. She was for the Manuel Santos Cristos case, which was the one from like 2012. For that case, they brought up the part about how the banker was the personal representative of the guy in Mexico. But what they did not specifically say is that Blanca had power of attorney. And when the money went from the law firm to Forge, and then supposedly to the guy in Mexico, Blanca is the one that wired it. And there's documents on the court docket right now that any of you could go look at that shows her wiring that money somewhere with her address. They didn't bring that up. And that's a huge deal. So why? Why didn't they?
I have no answer. Because I think that's a big deal that they didn't bring up a lot of the stuff that has to do with her. And I don't know why that is.
And
I
these
don't
documents
know why
are there.
either
Like, you
side
can
brought
go
it up.
look
I
them
don't
up. They're
know
public
if
record on the website. Search Simpson, search Tuberate, search whatever you want. You will find them.
and she falls into the 5.2 to 5.4 category. The fact that when you showed me the forged document stuff, like that was really also threw me.
That
I'm
did
like,
it threw me as well. I was like, wait, what?
so she was involved in the fake forge. She knew it was a fake forge.
From the beginning.
And how does she know more about the family's financial situation than Maggie does?
Also, who else? Okay, so an iPhone doesn't just open because of your face. It also has a code. And if she's as close to Maggie as she says she is, like, somebody really convince me, please, that she didn't have Maggie's code to open her phone. And I didn't even talk about the Poshmark stuff yet. Blanca started selling all Maggie's clothes, and it's on Poshmark still because she tried to delete all the listings, but she couldn't delete the ones that are sold already because Poshmark doesn't allow that. So all the sold listings of Maggie's clothes that Buster referenced in one of those phone calls, he said that Blanca was packing everything up, had moved into the house, and they weren't seeing eye to eye. She was selling a bunch of stuff. She was out there selling all the clothes, and Alec couldn't even get a hold of her at that time. Like, he was trying to get a hold of her, and she was out there selling all kinds of stuff, living in the house. So
I will say this: her living in the house threw me. It did. The posh stuff did, absolutely. But if I were just focusing on what was spoken about in the trial, her moving into the house threw me, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't know if I could live in a home where, God forbid, something happened to you, or something happened to Teresa, or something happened to any of the Ward fam. Because I consider you guys that too. I know your criminality, but I consider you guys fam. I could not move into a house where somebody did something like that to you guys. I couldn't do it. And the implication was that Blanca was more than Maggie's housekeeper, that Blanca was a confidant, that Maggie talked to her about things, that Maggie confided in her about things. And so I do find it, I recognize that at the end of the day, the property had to be taken care of. And the dogs had to be taken care of. I get that. And, but I couldn't stay there. I don't even know if I could, I don't know if I could even go there and take care of the dogs. I'd probably be like, I'd probably tell my husband, I have some news. We're going to have like 15 labs at the house because I can't,
Because I can't leave the dogs there.
Because I can't leave the dogs there and around all of that.
But
Now, one thing that
to pack up Buster's stuff, not just Alec's stuff while he's in prison, but to be in there packing up Buster's stuff and moving it into the little house at the parents' house, and I mean, it's just like big balls. And up until February 15th or something, I don't know the specific date. It was after her testimony, but up until like a few days ago, literally, if you go on the Hampton Circuit Court website, she was in an open case. It was a pending case that just got dismissed. Where Alec was her attorney, and she had become the guardian ad litem for her daughter's daughter, so her granddaughter, and was suing her daughter with Alec because they got in a car accident. So
which we know Alec loves to do because that's what he did with Gloria Satterfield. He sued himself.
I mean, but her own daughter. She was suing her daughter. She took guardianship of her daughter's daughter, her granddaughter, and was suing her daughter for injury, like an injury case. And Parker Murdaugh, Ellsworth, or whatever, they just the case is only just settled after her testimony ended and stuff. It's dismissed now. But I mean, up until recently, Alec was her attorney on that case.
Yeah, and it has to be very recent because I would imagine that there was a change when Alec lost his damn law license, and also being locked up
But
would
actually,
prevent
there
him
wasn't.
from.
He didn't. There was no like notice of withdrawal filed for him until much later. Really. And actually, there's
Wow.
sanctions pending on that case right now.
Oh
I
my.
think
Yeah,
that
so
there's
there's pending sanctions, and it's only just dismissed.
Didn't the
Wow.
withdrawal come at the same time he was actually charged with their murders?
No,
and not
he didn't.
just the financial stuff?
I mean, I'd have to go in to look at the dates, but he didn't withdraw off of the case until sometime in 2022. And then William Barnes, which is another attorney at the firm, took his place. Anna Morris, this is not tongue wagging. Like this, you can look these documents up on the judicial website right now. Anybody can. Like, I mean, it's my theory, but there's a lot of documentation saying that Blanca was much more involved than she testified to.
Which I think is what Christine's point is why, not so much for the prosecution. Of course, the prosecution is not going to bring this up. That would not serve them. But the defense knows this stuff and why. And I think Christine's point, and forgive me for speaking for you if I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. But I feel like what your point of all this is,
their silence is speaking.
Why aren't they asking her about this stuff? Why did they not take her more to task?
Yeah, I have no idea what is,
because they can't implicate him on more financial or drug charges.
But they could ask her about the selling of the clothes and stuff like that, because you are allowed to impeach. You can use a character to impeach a witness's testimony.
And so, like, if the wider public knew that she was, I mean, these were hard searches. Like, I had to like look for this information. But
you want me to show any of them so that people in chat can actually see? Is there anything in particular you want me to show? Because here's the thing. Obviously, this conversation comes up because we were talking about who should and who should not be in this circle. And they kept saying that Alec was in the circle and they couldn't get him out of the circle. And my point was they could have got him out of the circle and that there should have been a lot of other people in the circle that they don't talk about. And I want to know why. So did she do this? Obviously, I don't know that. I wasn't there. And I don't have the entire discovery like we were talking about. So how thoroughly was this woman vetted? How much did they interview her? What, all of that stuff. I don't know. None of us do because we haven't looked at that. What we're talking about is this circle of people that was big in the trial. Why is this person not in the circle? She's more intertwined than they try to bring up, or they try to not bring up, I should say, during the trial. This woman is more intricate to the role of what's happening than we're being led to.
And what does it say about the fact that nobody is bringing her up? Like, I can't decide if like what I feel like that implies.
Thank you, Nate.
She was just nobody. They would wipe her across the floor,
And if at the bare minimum, there are things that they could have asked Blanca, not Jim, because Lordy B, bless his heart, he'd be open up all the doors. But Harpootlian could have done her cross and asked questions about the Poshmark and stuff like, you know what I'm saying? Things like that, because the way that the prosecution painted Blanca was she first worked with Alec translating. She also knows the prosecution. The prosecutor that questioned her under direct examination, she worked with him as well. He knows her. And
I think it's also interesting on how well all these people know each other.
they're all interconnected. This is like watching Mayberry. If this happened in Mayberry, literally that town, Andy Griffith, just that show. But instead of, obviously, Andy Griffith playing all the, the role, we're talking about Alec Murdaugh and all,
I mean, maybe they're just not questioning her on it because her husband's a cop. Like,
Don't know. And that's why I said, and maybe they already have some of this stuff that's down, and in the evidentiary hearings, they said, nope, you're not going to be able to do these things. This stuff can't come up. Or maybe there's part of a strategy. Because I do, as I listen to them, with direct examination and cross-examinations, I listen to try to see, is there a motive behind this? Like, what is the point of this questioning? What is the point of even having this witness up there? And try to play it from both sides on, like, what is the attorney thinking when this is happening? Hold on. So then there was a comment in here that I wanted to make sure that I read. No, I don't know.
I just want to state for the record that I don't suspect Blanca at this time. But what I am 100% in agreement with Christine and Teresa both, that there is more to Blanca than what was presented in the trial. Well,
Jen, trying to get yourself off the hit list. I don't think
No.
Blanca did anything either, guys. So
No. I'm not. I can. You guys know that if I change my mind, because I really started out covering the trial, and let's be honest, that trial is very involved. It's all day long. It's a lot of work just to do that part of it. I don't have the brain cells sometimes at the end of the day, really, to then do these deep dives like Christine and Teresa and LFT and Tia on Decipher and Brittany and Mallory are doing, and Truth Teller on their channels, because the trial is a lot. But I am aware of some of this. But what I've tried when I'm talking about the trial, there's so much to this case as a whole. It is so layered. But when I cover the trial, I try to only talk about what took place that day in court.
And you do a great job at that.
Thank you. But these other parts of it, these components, that's why I keep referencing this financial trial. That's why I keep talking about Cousin Eddie. I want them to stream these trials too, because at this point, damn it, I am owed some closure. I want to know.
So Angela brings up that she thought that Alec had them selling Maggie's possessions to get money so that his debtors wouldn't be able to get it. He says stuff about it in the call to Buster from jail. So I do know that he had talked to John Marvin and Buster about making sure to sell as many assets as they could to make sure that they were liquid, because everything was about to be frozen. And then Buster wasn't going to be able to survive, I think. What was that, Christine?
At that point, he had not talked to Blanca yet.
Right.
And Buster
so that's where I was going.
Things.
There was not anything about like, hey, go in and sell all the personal items and get rid of everything. It was like selling, and it was to Buster and John Marvin that they were about to freeze the assets, basically get rid of what you could. And Buster comes back later, and I'm not going to say it verbatim because I don't remember it, but he basically says, I don't know what Blanca's doing. Like, I don't know why she's doing all of this. And here's the next part is, once everything was frozen, some of those sales from Blanca are not right away. They're later. So she's selling the stuff later after there is no need for selling.
She had tons of listings. Tons. So whether they sold or not, like whether she collected cash or not, she was listing items for sale. And listen, hey, I just want to give my own disclaimer now. Hold on a second, everybody. Time out. I'm not saying that she killed anybody. I'm not. I think, whatever, Blanca, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that Mexicans are short, and she was military trained, and it's highly suspicious as a woman. I find the questioning and the absence of questioning suspicious. That's all I'm saying. Nothing else. I don't think anybody did.
I agree with you. there's something off with the whole thing. And as you've looked more into it and you've shown me all these different pieces, I'm like, wait a minute.
There's more to the
It
story.
doesn't add up, and it doesn't represent, like Jen's saying, what we talk about from the trial. Like they do try to make it like she's this housekeeper who, Maggie confided in, and so on and so forth.
How would you feel if you got off of that jury?
In my opinion, or make her softer than she is. And when you actually look at it, she is. She's ex-military. She worked at the prison. Her husband is what do you call it? Oh my gosh.
An officer.
What?
A cop.
He was a cop, but he's actually he's a corrections now, is he not? Doesn't he run one of the corrections facilities, or am I mistaking that with somebody else?
I don't know. Actually, the last record I could see of him was in Hampton County in like 2017.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was. I thought he was with the Hampton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so at one point, I know, didn't they? Okay, they worked in a prison together. Am I misquoting that?
I don't think you're misquoting that.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up so I don't start spreading bad shit, because I don't want to do that either.
Right.
But basically, she does. She has a history that is more than this meek, mild housekeeper friend that they tried to portray her to be. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it.
Here, I have a question. What if you were on that jury and you nailed him to the wall, just like prosecution wants to do, and then you got off the jury and you heard any of this about Blanca? I mean, I think that's really messed up, because if that was me and I found all this stuff out that like they didn't tell me for whatever reason, and then I said, it would have totally changed my answer or my thoughts of a lot of the testimony. Like, that would be really hard to like deal with, that I sent somebody that now I don't know if they did it to prison forever. That would be traumatizing.
Well, if I were a jury, I'm a whole jury by myself, 12 people. If I were a juror, and what I would be weirded out by is the way that Blanca was portrayed by the prosecution. And to be fair, the defense as well, because they didn't do anything to try to change anybody's opinion. She was painted it with a certain brush in a certain way. And if I were as a juror, because of the clothing, she's the one that brought up the clothing. I mean, it's evident from the Snapchat video to the body cam video that he clearly changed clothes once. I mean, that's evident. I don't think that's not even rocket surgery. It's very clear. Mm-hmm. But what Blanca is actually saying is there was an earlier outfit.
Yeah.
Than that.
There's 3 outfits that
So now we're talking about like if this crime was a pageant, the final outfit would be what, the ball gown, and the middle outfit of the Snapchat video would be what, bathing suit. I mean, so I would want to know. If there's something that affects her credibility as far as her testimony goes, I think as a juror, I would want to know that.
Like having been complicit with him in the other
correct, because they brought up this financial stuff. Absolutely, yeah. Christine, because they brought up the financial stuff. Absolutely.
So, I mean, they have like I feel like that they have like some responsibility to like the like. But I guess they don't. But like, I just know that if I walked off that jury and I found all that out, and it would be like a hard thing for me to accept and like grapple with,
Oh, speaking of, I see CB Cal saying about Blanca's, the meal that she prepared. I think it was CB Cal that said today in the chat, tube steak. Blanca made tube steak, and I had to push pause because it's cube. Tube steak is something else, but it just tickled me so much. I had to stop and talk about it. It was so cute. Yeah. But I mean, she was painted with a certain light or with a certain brush. And if you're going to bring the financials into it, and that Blanca was or that Alec is a thief and a liar, both of things which she's admitted to, let's be fair.
Yeah, you got the
But
other
if she's
liar to come point
correct,
the finger
if she's complicit, right, exactly. If she's complicit in it, then how is her testimony more? If at the bare minimum, the defense should have brought that up. They should have tried to do something to impeach her testimony more than what they did.
Yes.
More than instead of just saying, well, are you? But what you're saying is you can't remember if there was a shirt there or not.
Well, I thought it was one. It's weird that she remembers that she fixed the collar on his shirt that morning.
I think it's weird that she like couldn't just tell him, and she had to go touch his neck and like pat down his shirt.
Yes. How many times do you do that to your employer? Oh, let me just fix your polo for you.
Turn around.
And his wife was home. She had spent the night there on Sunday night. So, I mean, didn't need to be, I don't know. That was just weird to me. I didn't like that. And then how does she know that it was that morning and not a different morning? Because the seafoam shirt, so he comes home and changes his seafoam shirt to another seafoam shirt.
I don't know where they're getting the seafoam color from, because to me that looked like, pale blue, baby butt blue. I don't know. I didn't see any picture of like a seafoam.
I didn't see seafoam green either. I saw a powder blue shirt.
Yeah, powder blue. Thank you.
But they're saying like that it's basically like the seafoam shirt, and then he goes home, changes his shirt, and then she also says he changes his shoes, because if he was going to go out and he was wearing his leather work shoes, like his work shoes when he went to the firm that day, and then that he changed into his boat shoes, basically, which he would never do to go run around the property. So what do? I send Jen Lou a picture of him running around the property.
She sure did.
And I'm like, okay, so that's wrong. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. And then he now goes back to the house and changes again into shorts and a t-shirt and bright ass tennis shoes. I'm sorry. I don't think he's going to change 3 times. You don't think anyone forgets specifics? See, for me, I feel like everything would be like I'm going to cuss, but I'm just going to do it. Like a fucking cluster. Like
I don't think anybody forgets specifics, but if there were no specifics for them in the first place to like remember, like all the things that they keep asking him are like, what exact conversation it was this, and he's like, I don't know, that didn't happen. Like,
well, I'll say this.
I just feel like things would be chaos. My brain, I think, I know how my brain works, and I feel like my brain would be chaos if I walked into something so horrific. I never have, so I can't tell you what would happen. I can only tell you what I think would happen, and it just would be like, it would be chaos. And I don't know if I would remember the order of things, and I don't know if I would be able to tell you what so-and-so was wearing. I don't think I couldn't tell you right now what my oldest son is wearing. I didn't dress him. My little one I could tell you because I dressed him, but my oldest one, I couldn't tell you what he's wearing right now, and I've seen him probably 7 times today.
I've never been in a situation like that, obviously, but I have been in situations of pure tragedy, and I can tell you that I remember very little. I flew home one time, checked like emergency, checked, like 8 bags of stuff, and came home for a death in the family. And I don't remember a goddamn thing about that airplane ride, about telling anybody what had happened, about anything. It's fuzzy for like a week.
I think they had food in their stomachs. I don't know where that came up, but they did have food in their stomachs. They said that
they did.
Maggie actually had more food than Paul. Because I remember thinking, like, dang, she ate more food than he did.
I think his metabolism is just quicker.
That's probably true as well.
Memory is a funny thing because there are lots of factors that can mess with your memory. And I will say this. There are parts of Alec's testimony where I find it interesting the details that he remembers versus the details that he doesn't. For example, I would think that no matter how innocuous your last conversation with your loved one was, you would remember. I know that I do. I remember the last
He does
conversation I
remember.
had with my mom. He doesn't remember.
He said he does remember. He just doesn't remember the salutation he gave her is what he said. Because he's like, did you say goodbye to her? And he's like, I don't know if I said the word bye.
You know what I kind of thought about that was that maybe they had been in an argument.
I thought that too because of the flippin' pacing.
I thought that maybe they were arguing, and so he
with the
wasn't wanting-
sandals. I was thinking that too. I'm like, did they get in a fight? And now the last conversation they had was him fighting, and there ain't no way in the world this man is. And that could be why he lies about being at the kennels, because there ain't no way in the world this man is going to tell law enforcement I got in a fight with her and then I left.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because boom, now you are suspect number one.
Well, okay. For somebody who he doesn't remember the conversation though, Teresa. It's more
That's
than,
what he said.
bless his heart. And he's doing a good job, but he's arguing as an attorney would argue. He is really arguing semantics. If somebody challenges, if I were to challenge you, Teresa, and I were to say, if you remember the conversation, then tell me what you talked about. I don't give a shit about whether you said goodbye or bye, but the rest of the conversation, tell me what you said. And you still couldn't do it.
We were talking about Paul, and she was upset about Paul and his high blood pressure.
No, that's the conversation that they had at dinner. I'm talking about the conversation at the kennels. They were talking at the kennels. You could hear them. You can hear them. He's talking to her. He's talking to her. He's talking to her.
That's why I'm thinking like that he gets irritated. He's like, see, this is why I didn't want to fucking come down.
No, and I get that. I get that. But maybe he doesn't remember what he said to her. But don't you think he would remember what she said to him? So if he doesn't remember whether he said goodbye or bye or see ya or c'est la vie or buenos noches or any of the other 11 billion ways you can say goodbye to somebody, don't you think he would remember her answer? I would. I would remember. I would remember my loved one's answer. I would remember
if it was an argument, and I think I would be at risk of not remembering if it wasn't. It's like,
well, I remember my conversation with my mom, and it wasn't an argument, and there was no reason for me to even think anything was going on. Like, there was no reason for me to think that day that my conversation with my mom was going to be the last conversation. She wasn't sick.
I don't remember my mom's last conversation, and we were not arguing.
Now, I can't remember what I had last Thursday for dinner, but that conversation for what? But that's my point. Memory is funny. It affects people differently.
On September 27th, me and Teresa got in this fight, and what she said was,
well, now we have now we have receipts, especially if it was through text or messenger. But my point really is that memory is funny, and everybody's memory is different. But when you take the stand in your own defense, if I, as somebody who's covering the trial, if I didn't say I find this part of the testimony interesting, or I find that part, and you know what I mean? That's the whole premise of the stream that I did. So for me, that's, there are elements today and yesterday that I thought Alec did very good.
So regarding his testimony today, I think that I think that the prosecution, like, making him go through in such excruciating detail withdrawals and stuff humanized him to probably 60% of the population in a way that he hadn't been before. Honestly, there's so many people that have been touched by addiction, and whether like a loved one or yourself, that to not recognize the way he explained and related the withdrawals. I mean,
I got a mix of
it's relatable.
Well, I got a mix of the comments. I
wasn't even finished talking yet, Jen.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
No, so I'm just saying that
Objection.
I think that
you cannot ask a question unless they've finished the answer to the other question.
Huh?
I was objecting.
Oh, okay.
You didn't get to finish your answer.
No, I just want to like get on my soapbox for a second and just say that like I think that that really humanized him to a lot of people in a way that he probably hadn't been before, and I think that that was at the detriment of the prosecution because we all know some, like, not we all, but a lot of us, most of us know somebody that's been touched by addiction, and we know that there's still value in their life and that they weren't always a terrible person, or that they did bad things but they weren't a bad person. So I mean, he did shitty things to innocent people, and I'm really not concerned about his financial trial. Whatever they do and sentence him to is fine with me because I totally think he deserves it. But that does not mean that, like, just because he was addicted to pain pills, that I think that he was capable on that he's a bad guy so he can murder his wife and son. Like, I do not think that that plays a part in his guilt, and I think that that humanized him and made other people realize that as well. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. I would say this. The comments that I got when they were talking about, when Alec was talking about his addiction were mixed. I got both. It humanized him. I think I actually got slightly more that when he talked about withdrawals and his pill usage, that it rang hollow. That it sounded like somebody who had not been through it. So
Really?
yeah, because there are some parts of his story that I was like, wait, what? But I want to be very clear on this. I don't think that just because Alec is a thief and a liar, which he is, and he's admitted to those things, that automatically makes him capable of murder. Those are very different crimes. Murder is the ultimate crime, which is why we have the strictest sentence for murder. I don't think that that just because you have a propensity to be a thief and a propensity to lie, that you will commit bigger crimes and eventually the ultimate crime. I don't think those two are synonymous. But what they're doing is, this is where it becomes very sticky, and this is where, in my opinion, I think Waters overplayed his hand just a little bit, more than just a little bit, too much, because it is a murder trial, and he really didn't have to do all the things he did with the financial stuff today, because at the end of the day, Alec himself is on audio admitting to lying to police with respect to an investigation into a crime, which would be the roadside shooting. And that is plenty if the jury wants to know about his character, that's plenty enough to impeach his character and his credibility. I wish that Waters would have nailed him down more, or tried to get him to answer questions in a less vague way. Like, for example, the nap, no nap. You either took a nap or you didn't take a nap. He doesn't even know if he did that.
Well, if he's a nodder, he nods off.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't, because he said that's, I thought that too. This is what I was thinking, Teresa. This would be the perfect time for him to say, look, I took a handful of Oxy. I probably was, as Johnny Depp would say, on the nod, and everybody loved him when he said that, right? So, but he didn't say that. What he said was, most people take
because of the drugs. I actually just meant, like, he's somebody, like, if my husband sits down for too long, he's going to be asleep. Like, it's just he's not on opioids, as far as I know.
But what he said was, most people who take opiates, it makes them tired and lethargic and sleepy. It doesn't for me. It gives me energy.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, if he's sitting down, he says, I don't even know if I went to sleep or not. I know I was laying there, like I was laying around, like I don't know if I went to sleep or not. This is in the news story. I'll make sure I'm clear on that.
It does make it. I just am very curious about just one element, and this isn't. I wish that we would have gotten a clearer answer about this on the stand today. What was so pressing that he went to work all day, monkeying around in the fields with Paul, ate dinner, showered, did all the things, then went back out and had to get the chicken from Bubba, Bubba, that rascal, and the real MVP, in my opinion. But then what was so pressing that he had to go see his mom at that time of night? That is what I want to know.
There. Like, there's something there. Yeah, I agree.
Because by all accounts, she was asleep. And it was, what, 9 something when he got to her house, to her mom's house, a little after 9, and she goes to bed at 8:30. And the thing is that I could understand it if not Miss Shelley, but what's her name? Not the other caretaker, the one that was also
Barbara?
the housekeeper. Not Barbara, the other one, the one that just testified.
That switched shifts with her?
No, not that one. The one that just testified the other day.
That's Barbara Mixon.
Oh, Barbara Mixon. Yes, you're right. My bad. Okay, so her. If Barbara had said, if there was a text from Barbara saying, "I'm leaving for the day. Miss Shelley is here, but your mom is still agitated. I told Shelley to let you know if she can't get her calmed down." Right. And then there's a text from Alec to Shelley saying, "Hey, is my mom okay?" Right. But to go and sit with her while she was by all accounts calmed down and asleep, I don't understand that. And I don't understand the 280 steps. And I did laugh at Waters when he asked him if he was on the treadmill or doing jumping jacks. I did laugh. I thought it was a shady moment, and I laugh at shade.
Yeah, I would have been like, objection.
Oh no, Poot and Griffin were busy. I think exchanging lives on either Matchington or Candy Crush. I'm not sure which. And placing bets on who could clear more levels before lunch. They were checked out.
Okay, clear more levels.
They were checked out.
Okay, so I want to end this poll, so I want to go over the results of it real quick.
Okay.
So guilty, and I told you this last time you were on, Jen. My chat is very different than the law and crime chat. Guilty is 38%. Not guilty is 15%. Hung jury 37%, and not sure is 9%. And I vote hung jury every day.
Yes.
Every day. Every day I go on law and crime and I hit hung jury. I think that's a pretty good indicator that if we just took a poll of 12 people right now, just 12, what would happen? All they need is one.
They not only they need one. They need one who's willing to. So if they have 11 that are for guilty, they need a little more than one. They need one that is ready to stand firm and not be because there is some. I think it's called like a dynamite charge. If the jury comes back hung, that the judge can give the jury and then send them back for deliberations. And then if they're still hopelessly deadlocked, then of course there'll be a mistrial. But it's got to be one that's going to be like, can't be talked out of it.
Right. It has to be one of the hardcore ones.
I don't think it's going to just be only one, though. I think it's going to be.
Well,
I don't think you could get 12 people in a row to be like, oh, no questions. He's definitely did it.
Well, I'll say this. From what I understand, the defense, the jurors that have been dismissed for whatever reason, whether it was the vid or whatever, are jurors that allegedly, and I have no idea how they know this. I don't take this as fact. This is just what's being reported. That they are the ones that the defense wanted. So I don't know what that means.
Like, I can't, you know what? That's just too much for me to have to like think that the jury's been bought or sold already. Like, I have to believe in the juries. I have to.
Well, we have to. It's our
otherwise their
system.
brain will break.
Oh
Like,
yeah, there was somebody that was commenting on one of the videos the other day, like one of my last Murdaugh lives. It was like the jurors, like 3 jurors have already been bought, and da 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 da. And I was like, so that way now, if it comes back not guilty or hung jury, it's because he bought the bought the jury. I'm like, I don't know. Hi, Roxanne.
Right, which was absolutely not the point of what I was saying. I was saying that they had picked them. I mean, the jury, but because I don't. And I'll say this to Mo, maybe he was doing lunges. It's good for your glutes and it's good for your
I was not
hamstrings. No, he wasn't.
Well, he was
no, he wasn't. I mean, the way that they have it, the way that the prosecution or the defense, both of them, the prosecution, has it, the way that the prosecution has it, it does sound like he's doing lunges almost, or squats, something.
What do you guys think of the judge saying that they can't split closing arguments?
I think that that's like the least, like, of all the things that I think that he hasn't called right. I think that one doesn't bother me the most, because it's not like it would be, what's the word, precedential or whatever. Like, it's not done normally, but like how he
there's no precedent for it.
Yeah. But earlier when Walters or whatever was about him pleading the fifth or whatever, and then the judge said he didn't overruled that objection after lunch. I think that was not right.
Well, I know that this judge said that that's not he does not do that, and he doesn't know about how it's done in South Carolina. I've watched many trials, and I'm sure you have too, Jen, where they do split the closing argument between 2 attorneys, sometimes on the prosecutor side, sometimes on the defense side. So I think it just depends on the state, and it's just not the protocol that they go by. I think that what they want to do is, because they're basically representing, if you look at the witnesses that Poot has has been questioning and crossing, and you look at the ones that Jim has been doing, I think they want to be able to present as much as they can in both of those. And I think because that's like their forte, or whatever you want to call it, I think they'll be fine either way.
Right. Because I think the Poot what I saw from Harpootlian is that
little Pooty Poo. You think he calls him Poot Poo? You think he calls him Poot Poot? Come on, Poot Poot, let's go.
Leave you, Poot Poot.
Little Poot Poot.
Come on, little Poot Poot.
Hi, guys. Hi, Allie. Hi, Sniper.
I think that I know what you're talking about, Christine, as far as the Fifth Amendment. And here's the problem with that. So when you take the stand, you waive your right to Fifth Amendment. That's taking the stand. But the specific argument that Jim was arguing was about a statement. And the question and the testimony was not about after arrest. It was pre-arrest, and they were talking, and Alec Murdaugh had said that he was trying through his attorneys to get a meeting. That was his words, a meeting with the prosecution, and they denied him. But he went a little bit deeper into it, and then it started with the whole. Griffin giving statements on behalf of Mr. Murdaugh through the HBO, it's really a Cinemax, but HBO Max Low Country documentary. Jim Griffin is in that. And so nobody made comment about, the prosecutor didn't make a negative connotation about Alec being in questioning, right, and asking for an attorney, because absolutely you're not allowed to do that. You cannot make disparaging remarks. We are afforded the right to remain silent, both in the courtroom and a police interrogation. You do not have to talk ever. But that's not what that was. And so in that sense, I do think that the judge ruled correctly. I also think that the judge is incredibly frustrated at this point and just ready for this shit to be over. And I will say this: there was poor behavior on the part of the prosecution today and on the part of Alec, because there would be an objection raised by his own attorney, and Alec would continue to answer the question.
Did you guys see how many times Waters or Walters or whatever his name is?
Waters.
He'd
Yep.
Alec would like do like the dominant dog thing, like lay him on his belly. And I just feel like he would be like, no, let me finish. And like, I mean, any other prosecutor would have been like, there's no question on the table, you know, or whatever. And Walters or whatever would just kept being like,
You just want him to be Walters. Like,
Go
you will
ahead.
not, that's his name now.
Waters?
I think it's
His name
Waters.
is
I
Waters,
think
yeah.
the reason that he did that is because,
'Cause he's-
no, because I think Alec was over explaining.
So they do say that somebody who over explains it's a sign of a lie, right? So I think that's an interesting thought when it comes to like the
Thank you, Missy.
behavioral side of things. And somebody had brought this up in chat, and I'm sorry that I didn't say it earlier, but he does have a few times where like his answer is no, but he's nodding his head yes.
Yes, he does that quite frequently.
I think he might have a
He
little nerve
always
damage.
nods his head. So
You know,
I
you guys be
can't,
quiet. Missy agrees with me. Thank you, Missy.
I can't say that that's anything to do with his you know mannerisms, because he constantly is nodding his head. He's bobbing it all the
He looks
time.
like he has like nerve damage.
Well, I think that, and somebody else had said earlier, I think that he does. He probably has
Yeah.
ADHD or something along those lines. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to diagnose him, but I know that Paul did too, and he is very similar to that. And the whole thing when they talk about like he would come in the office like a tornado and he didn't know which direction he was going to go, and I think that he has like I think he's got like that's just kind of how he functions. His little like rocking and yeah, he's like a self-soother, truth teller. Yes.
My dad has Parkinson's kind of. I don't know, but you know what I mean? I don't know specifically what it's called, but he has the shakes like that, and like the mouth movement and stuff is just really reminiscent to me of my father, who like has nerve things going on, and he's older,
Yeah.
you know. So I don't know that like I see it as him just like like fidgeting all the time. Like I kind of look at it like that must be a neurological thing. That's how it looks to me, honestly.
My sister's got my sister's got Parkinson's. She's got I think I told you that she's got Lewy body dementia and Parkinson's, and she does that. She shakes, and she shakes her legs, and she nods a lot.
My dad
Like,
does
no
that.
matter
Like,
what
when
I'm
he
saying
does
or
like
what
licking
she's
his
saying,
lips and stuff, my
nodding.
dad does that.
I'll say this. I watched Alec as well as let me tell you, the two people's body language that I watched, well, there's three, but it didn't, Buster was at the end. I watched Alec and his body, what he was doing with his body, and I watched Harpootlian, because Harpootlian just makes me laugh. I'm sorry, he does.
Yeah, he's funny.
He's just funny, and he's shady, and he makes faces that are
Oh
funny
my God,
to
when he
me.
pointed the
I
gun
like
and he's
him.
like tempting.
It was like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
If Elmer Fudd had hair, that's who it looked like to me. That just swinging the gun around. But what I will say this: Alec doesn't always nod, and he doesn't always shake. I will tell you. You can go back and look at it if you want.
No,
Law and Crime has
he
it.
does it a lot.
He does it in front of the jury, because when they had the in-camera hearing, which is obviously, that says it all, no jury. He didn't nod or rock or do any of that stuff the entire time. His law partners were up there.
But he
Not when
does it
Jeannie
when
he does it when the jury is in.
Well,
He does it when the jury is in.
Diagnosis didn't change my mind at all just now. Sorry.
It's not a medical diagnosis. I don't know what his deal is. I just can only tell you when he does his Dahmer rock, when he doesn't. That's all I can tell you. It's up to it's really not even up to me. It's up to the jury what they see.
Not a good thing if he could help it, I would stop doing that, because I mean, honestly, some people can be triggered by that kind of like noise and like lip movement and stuff, like, in the movie theater, like opening bags and stuff, like don't chew loudly and stuff. Like he should stop doing that if he can, at trial.
Well, I mean, the behavior panel I watched, just like the first, what was it last night, Tris Heather, like the first 10 minutes of their analysis of the initial interview that he did.
Panel.
Yeah, the behavior. Huh?
I didn't like the behavior panels. I didn't feel like they got they always talk about how they get these good baselines, and they didn't do that with his, in my opinion. They didn't talk about like the baselines of what they were looking at, and they didn't, they're talking, the trial's going on right now. They didn't, I don't feel like they looked at enough of his history to be able to do what they were doing.
For the people that keep telling me bless you, thank you, but I'm coughing.
That's why I haven't. That's why I haven't said bless you not one time, because it's different when you're up here on panel. It sounds different. I know you're coughing. I just want to give you a secrets. Pat you on your back a little and some water.
Okay, so I didn't see
salt water, babe.
Put the blanket over her face. I did hear that from this live. I'd heard that a juror was crying.
I heard that one was like sleeping, dozing.
None of us could actually see that a juror put their blanket over the face because they're not allowed to film the jury. So we're never going to have video of that.
I don't know if you know this, but yesterday there was the lady that was sitting in the jury box, and the judge had to tell her to get out. So she's the court artist. What do you call it?
The renderer.
Yeah, so she draws all the pictures, and so she actually joined the Facebook group and was posting a bunch of pictures.
Whoa.
So I'm wondering, I don't know if this, and the only reason I'm saying this is because I'm wondering if she actually drew a picture of that, and that's why it keeps going out there, because I don't know. That you're talking about, what's his name? The guy who changed his channel name, that attorney who's been going to court. He went to a lot of the days of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trial too. And I can't remember his name. Somebody in
the
chat
umbrella guy?
James from Court. No. What was his name before though? He just changed it to this James from Court. And then I heard that jurors were crying. The DUI guy, that's his name. He just changed it to James from Court.
I will say this. Karen Mooring is correct. I distinctly remember Anjanette Levy asking Gigi if any of the jurors were crying, and she said no. And she also witnessed the juror who passed Alec a Kleenex, and her take on it was more, I don't think there should be too much read into it, because it's really just human instinct, if somebody is crying, to hand them a tissue. It's not.
Okay. I need to clarify that that's two different people. I didn't know that. Okay, I thought he just changed his name. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Did you all feel bad for the microphone after Buster got done with his testimony?
He did manhandle that thing.
Every single.
So did Alec. So does Alec.
That drives me nuts.
He moves it around too.
It was fine the last time you adjusted it. Leave it.
And if the next absolute side project rabbit hole I want to go down, honestly, is I am dying to know that the look on Buster's face.
Modine.
I want to know what that was about.
What look?
There were, for a lot of the testimony that surrounds the murders and the timeline, Buster is sitting with his pointer finger and his middle finger at his temple, and his ring finger and his pinky finger over his mouth. And he makes a face.
He's channeling Planet Zumba. So what? Okay.
So are you talking about when he was on the stand, or are you talking about when he was in the audience?
No, in the audience, when he was watching his dad's testimony. That I want to know I want to be inside of Buster's brain just in that moment. Buster, don't take me the wrong way. It's not a permanent situation. I don't want to know everything you're thinking all the time. I just want you to know what you were thinking then. I want to know what that face was about, because it was a definite face. People noticed it. I noticed it. A lot of people remarked about it. It was an absolute face. And I will say this, it was the absolute antithesis of John Marvin's face. the person, in my opinion, out of everybody who looks the saddest when they pan over to the audience is John Marvin. And I think he's sad for the totality of the situation. I can't speak to who he is sad for. Like, yes, he's sitting behind his brother, but a lot of the press is sitting on the other side, so that might be why. And it's his brother. But to me, he can, and also the phone calls between him and Alec. He reminded me of like Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio, like he was trying to be Alec's conscience.
That's funny because I think Walters reminds me of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland.
I said that in a chat earlier. Somebody was like, he looks like so-and-so. And I was like, no, he looks like the White Rabbit from Wonderland.
With his belly.
They keep showing
and
John
Alec
Marvin
testified like the caterpillar.
Cheshire Cat.
No, because the caterpillar's way rhymier and meaner, and especially in the one with Johnny Depp, because it's Alan Rickman, and he's really snotty about it. I don't know. Are you the Alice? You don't look like Alice.
Yeah. You mean that you are the only Alice?
It's
what, babe? What'd you say, Christine? What'd you say, honey?
I'm relating everybody to characters now, and those brothers Roro and Gogo could be.
Bless it.
How come Will doesn't get one? Like wee. Will Levin? Why doesn't he get like a wee or a Will?
I don't know.
Yeah, John Marvin's not an attorney. I was just going to say that. So they keep panning on him a lot. But what I wanted to bring up too is because he's sitting next to Randy. So I wonder how these fight. I'm very curious to be a fly on the wall, like the family dynamics, because we know that Randy is pissed at Alec. So and they bring up today, like, this is the first time your brother Randy has heard you say that you were at the kennels, but they don't say this is the first time your brother John Marvin has heard that. Because Randy and him don't speak, but he does speak to John Marvin.
He does speak to John Marvin.
But then you see John Marvin and Randy sitting next to each other. So I would be very curious, like how many of them are like, no, he didn't do this. Yes, he did do this. Or no, I'm just pissed off at him because he stole this money from me. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder, because John Marvin's not an attorney, so he wasn't the one who had to go through all the shit at the firm like Randy did. And I'm sure that they looked at Randy like they probably really side-eyed Randy when this whole thing was going down. Like, how did you not know that your brother was doing this? And did they investigate him? Because he's still with the law firm.
Yes. This is what I find interesting about this is that the prosecution has brought a lot of the partners up there, Mr. Ball, Crosby, who else? I can't even remember now. But,
did Lee Cope testify?
I don't think he's testified yet.
The judge could be Oz.
It was round.
Who's the Mad Hatter?
Oh,
I don't know. Who? The Red Queen could be Blanca.
I think Poot is more like
I don't like him either. I don't like him.
Who?
Waters. I don't like him.
Oh.
I know what he was trying to do, and I get that it's his job and whatnot, but I feel like, to me, and I think I said this in either Truth Tellers Live last night or yours, I don't remember which one, but it seemed to me that if I was a juror, that it was too personal for him.
Thank you. He
was too into it and wanted, and it looks like to a juror that he just wants him punished. He doesn't care what it's for. He just doesn't like this guy and wants him punished instead of actually focusing on the facts of the case.
He never knows when to, like, like the prosecutors I see, like, they are like such great prosecutors because like they know exactly when to pull back and like, leave the nuances. And this guy doesn't know anything about that at all.
No.
It's almost, it makes me wonder if he is connected in some way to somebody that Alec stole from. It to me,
Yes.
it almost feels like he stole from his grandmother or somebody close to him, somebody he knows. You know what I mean? Because it's that personal. There
Well, didn't
is
you think it was
an
weird today?
absolute.
He was like, we went to law school together, but I was a couple
Yeah.
years behind you, right? And yeah, he's like, I didn't know you in law school. Like,
Yeah.
did he pick on
I
him or
did
something?
burn. Sick
Like, to your
burn.
point, like, what did this guy do to him that he's so pissed at him?
And he said like that he worked with his grandfather or his dad or whatever.
I think he feels like Alec is an entitled little asshole, and he didn't ever earn anything on his own. And
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
not
he's
saying
not
that
Robin Hood.
I'm not saying that
Like-
that's not true or it is true. I'm just saying that's how it comes off. It's like it feels like Waters, and I don't know his history, but the way he comes off makes me feel like Waters had to work for everything he's ever gotten.
He's Waters Hood.
And that Alec was just handed shit because of who his family was, and it pissed him off.
Mm-hmm. It looked like it did it. It looked very personal. And most people in chat are agreeing it did. It just looked like it was a personal attack. And I know, Jen, you'll understand when I say on cross-exam, the attorney that's doing the cross-exam is not doing a direct exam. I mean, it's literally a cross-exam. So they're trying to catch that person saying something different than what they said on direct, or
Correct,
or to make a more clarifying answer to what was said on direct. And it was ironic to me because, and I think you had mentioned this, that when Jim Griffin was doing the direct exam, it was like two good old boys, which to me actually was beneficial. You thought Pooch should have done it, but I actually thought it was beneficial because it was probably the best job that Jim Griffin has done in the entire trial, because he typically stops and says every 15 seconds, and he didn't do that. They actually were able to carry on this normal conversation. I think the jury got to see that this is who Alec is, this is what he does, this is how he speaks to people that he has respect for, and this is how, like a normal guy. And then you have Waters, who's supposed to go up there and try to get him to answer yes or no in the opposite direction of what he just did on direct. But instead, he led him down a path of storytelling, which is not what you're supposed to do on cross. And I think it made... He did dig his own grave, and I think Sniper kind of said that earlier. He killed his own case in the last 2 days because he was
like
just
4 hours
he was asking these questions that were so open-ended, and you don't do that. And he allowing Alec to get to know the jury more. And the people that were in court today, like during like the little breaks and stuff, they said that the jury was kind of bored by the end of it. They weren't even really paying too much attention like they were yesterday. They were captivated by him, and today they were more bored.
Because he was like, you lie on Sundays, you lie on Tuesdays, you lie at 3 p.m., you lie at 12 p.m. Like, all the time.
This was my issue with the cross exam. I had several, but the biggest one is there was a point today during cross when it was going well for Waters because he was sticking to the timeline and he was pointing out inconsistencies. And and Alec is the one who wanted that whole entire interview in the car played, right? The first one, the night of the murders, right? And it was Waters who suggested that they break for lunch. I would not have done that. I would have played that thing. I would have asked my questions because the one thing you don't want to do is give that person a time to regroup. And he had him on the ropes. And I don't know what kind of sports Mr. Waters is into or plays or whatever, but I think of cross-examine as like a boxing match. And it's like he had him up against the ropes and he could have gone for the knockout. And instead, he gave him a couple body shots and took 2 steps back and let him catch his breath.
Yeah.
And that was a mistake.
And then he would give up. He's like, just go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Anything else you want to add to that? Anything else you want to say? Go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? Who's in control here? It was like a bad parent-child relationship, and in my opinion, I think that Alec did a better job. He 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 did a better job controlling the story than Waters did, and that's not a positive for a prosecutor.
No, I think Waters is a perfectly adept attorney. I think he's a good attorney, but it's difficult. I can't imagine as a prosecutor for reals that he gets a lot, that he has many opportunity to go. How many times are the people that he's going after attorneys themselves, personal injury
And
attorneys
he's on
at that?
national TV. Like,
I'm not giving him no slack for the national TV. The thing of it is that it's very hard to elicit a response out of an attorney. They know exactly. Alec, for all of his dramatics, what is deliberate in what he says and what he doesn't say. He chooses his words carefully.
do you know who would have probably been a good, an entertaining prosecutor for this?
Camille Vasquez.
Tinsley. Oh, Camille.
Camille would have been like, "That's not what I asked. That is not it. All that's required is a yes or a no."
Yes,
She would have controlled and commanded. But but that's the difference between a personal, a civil attorney and a criminal attorney.
Okay, so Sniper said that apparently a few months before the trial, the state offered Alec 30 years for everything he was charged with.
They did, and he turned it down. Yeah, I did.
Because he didn't kill his wife and son.
Yeah, he turned it down. And somebody had asked in the law and crime chat, and they brought it up at one point in these 11 billion days of trial, that they were asking about the financial stuff. What if Alec took a plea now and came clean about it? And I think that there was talks in the beginning, but it's off the table now. He's decided to go ahead with court, and now he's pissed people off, and they're going to take him to trial. Which I will say this for Griffin. One part where he messed up is he was so adamant that he didn't want any of the financial stuff mentioned, but he actually questioned Alec on the financial stuff, which then opened the door for because typically cross-examination is limited. The scope of their cross-examination is limited to what's asked on direct.
Yep.
So if you didn't want
it up, they've really proved him guilty of some financial crimes. They spent a lot of time proving him guilty of financial crimes.
But I think it was. I actually, now that I think about it, now that those words are out of my mouth, I almost wonder if it was a calculated risk.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier. I think he wanted all of it out.
He knew that. Well, he knew that Waters wants to bring up the financial shit. He's been wanting to do it from day one, and he knew if he opened the door that Waters would get off into the weeds with the financial shit and forget about And Alec, I'm thinking about Alec taking this stand as a calculated risk too, because here he is, he's admitted now in a court of law under oath that he is guilty of stealing from his clients, unequivocally. So for me, I'm thinking, what if he took a calculated risk? What if he recognizes he's very, very likely that he's going to be convicted of the financial stuff? That's a stronger case than this murder case. And now he's just picking where he wants to go to prison. Does he want to do federal time, or does he want to go to a state prison? That might have been a calculated risk too. And I can't say I blame him.
It also gives the jury the opportunity to say, hey, this guy, even if he did do it, the guy's going away forever because of all these financial crimes. They keep talking about how many there are. He's going away. We don't have to convict him on this. There's not enough to do it. And I'm telling you right now, if that 30 years is true and they offered him that, then they knew their case was weak, and they did want this financial shit to come in, which then shows me that I thought that when Jim did it, because I was like, he keeps making these quote unquote mistakes, But I don't think that are mistakes. I think that he, just like you said, he knew that Waters wanted it in. He wanted him to go off onto the weeds, talk way too much about all the finances and so on and so forth. Yep. Now he's convicted on that. We already know he's admitting to it because he's already signing whatever they're called. The not agreement,
judgments of confession or something.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, those. So he's already signing those multiple. Yeah, this is what I did do. I think he did it on purpose. I really think he did it on purpose, and I don't think it was a bad move. I would love to have Griffin do an interview, or Poot, or one of them do an interview when this is all said and done, and say, yes, we did do it on purpose.
So did Blanca get, did she get immunity? Because
question,
is she charged in any financial crimes?
I don't think she's charged with anything. You have all of her court docs. What is she charged with?
She's not. So hold on. I'm literally grappling right now with what I think that means, guys.
Okay. So South Carolina does have a difference. So most of the time it is, you're only limited to what is done by direct. And what I've noticed, especially in this trial now, watching it, is there isn't the limitations on the direct and the cross. The limitations are actually placed on the redirect and the recross.
Oh, I just want you guys to know that
do on both
that you almost lost Jen. I just want you guys to know you almost lost Jen Lou. I just choked while I was on the panel. Yeah, I took a drink of water and I inhaled it instead of swallowing.
Oh
and I had to get the whole back pad and everything.
Lord.
Yeah, I'm fine now. I got tears running down my face. Oh my God. Whew. This is almost going to be my last stream.
I have one of those.
Shit, I don't know if I would remember the last thing I said to you.
I don't remember either.
You're wrong, Jen Lou. Well, thankfully, we have it on this stream in perpetuity.
I have one of those, like,
I don't necessarily think that you're wrong. I really don't think you're wrong. I'm not all the way there. And I think because I have, and I think I got this from you, Jen Lou, really, like, since I am really watching the trial, I'm really trying to pay attention to it. Like, from what would a jury see? What does a jury think? What are they perceiving as happening? And I just do not believe that they have not convinced me that this man killed his wife and son. They convinced me that he's a liar. They convinced me that he's a piece of shit and I don't want to be around him, but they did not convince me that he killed his wife and son.
I'll say this. The one time that Griffin did make an actual mistake was saying Eddie Griffin, or Eddie, what is it? Cousin Eddie, Curtis Eddie Smith. When he said his full government name, that was not a calculated risk. That was a mistake, because I promise you, under no circumstances did they want that audio to come in of Alec admitting to lying to investigators. But
with the drugs and the finances, I feel like they wanted both in, because Jim was like, oh yeah, the drugs. Well, that's already kind of been brought up anyway, so whatever.
My one issue with Jim Griffin is, so we all know that Griffin and Harpootlian were set to represent Paul in his criminal case. He was their attorneys. They were his attorneys. I'm saying, sorry. They were his attorneys in the criminal case. And Griffin, it seems, has been intertwined in this, not Harpootlian, but Griffin has been intertwined in the whole situation from the boat wreck forward with Alec. Because when the first interview the night of the murders, it's Danny Henderson in the back seat. Subsequently, it's Jim. And Jim was there the night of the homicides. He was a person that was called. I'm going to say this too before I forget, because it's been bothering me. I think it was. I take issue and umbrage with Alec calling Rogan to the house because he wanted support. Rogan is a kid. Paul was his friend. And I get that even if, let's just say that Alec didn't do this. There's no way in hell that I would ever, if it were my child, I would not call my son's friends to see him that way. Would I call them and let them know what happened? Yes, but I would not call them and want them to come to the crime scene. I wouldn't. That's just me. That's just a personal issue. It doesn't mean anything one way or another. It's just an umbrage I take with Alec. I think it was extremely selfish, and it kind of speaks to his character a little bit, but it doesn't make him guilty. And now I'm off in the weeds like Waters.
Totally okay. Hold on, let me see. There's a couple of them. If you guys were lawyers and you knew your defendant was guilty, would you still represent him or her?
Yes.
Now, I think that it depends on the crime. In my opinion.
That's what I was going to say. It depends on the crime.
Well, I would
I
wouldn't make up stories, but I would try to make sure their rights were upheld.
Well, no lawyer is allowed to make up stories.
Yeah. I would make sure they got due process and stuff, but I wouldn't help sell their innocence. That's not...
This is why I couldn't. I mean, if I were ever to be a lawyer, and believe me, I've thought about it. I don't know that I could be a criminal defense attorney, because
I would have a hard time with murder cases. That would be and I think especially murder.
Children's cases would be hard for me.
See, this is exactly my point. They keep trying to say that because they weren't on their phones, they had to have been dead. But what if they were being held at gunpoint? Or what if there was conversations actually happening at that point? They can't answer the phone. Then there's the whole thing with the camera. You got one expert that says that it was probably trying to log into FaceTime. You have the other person who says, nope, that's not true. A camera is the camera. And it's going to access, that means somebody was trying to access the camera. So was, the defense theory of Maggie was trying to access the camera to take a picture of who these people were that were there. They don't have time of death. They say they do, but they really don't. Unless you check the armpits thoroughly, you can't really find out.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What was that?
I think what we don't, what I will agree that in this specific case, we do that they're relying very heavily on the cell phone data as to when the time of death was, and not so much for Maggie, but I will say there something occurred, and I can't, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but something happened at 8:44, whatever it was, because Paul was in the middle of texting a girl. And we all know how 19-year-old boys are, 21-year-old boys are, 19, 20, 21. I can't remember how old he was now. Sorry, Paul, 22. We know how boys are. And he was, and it's not like he was like that with every girl, but this specific conversation, when you look at the cell phone data and the texting, they were pretty well keeping up a conversation like we're keeping a conversation flowing here, only they were doing it through text. There was hardly any real lapse in time between her texting him and him responding, and then her response to his response, et cetera, et cetera. It was
he doesn't read her messages right off the bat. He does go back and forth with her. Like, you could tell he's responding to her, kind of, off the cuff. They're talking about a movie. The last message that comes in is at 8:48:39, and he reads both the two messages at 8:48:59. And then he doesn't read the one from Rogan at 8:49:35. So I think that's kind of the big deal, is he obviously has his phone there and he's looking at it, and he doesn't respond, and then he doesn't look at the one from 8:49:35 from Rogan.
which is also another big deal, because the whole reason Paul had his phone out, as low battery as it was, to record that video was for Rogan, because they were trying to understand what was going on with Cash's tail. And so for him to just abruptly end those conversations and not send that video,
to me means that something happens, but does it mean, like Sniper said, where somebody's now
we don't, there's a, correct. What all we can really surmise from that data, and this is the truth, is that there was some kind of event that kept both Maggie and Paul off of their phones permanently.
Right.
That's all we can say. We cannot say, and even the prosecution cannot say, it is their theory, and they're going with the most likely scenario, most reasonable, realistic scenario. However, I don't, and have they proven that there was a significant event beyond a reasonable doubt? Yes, in that aspect they have. But I am having a problem with them not being able to put a single firearm in Alec's hands. Now, I will say this. One thing that has bothered me, and I've been thinking about this for a while, and I can't quite put it together, is exactly what Tamara said. But Alec also has said that he frequently kept a gun in his vehicle. So why he needed to go back to the house to get a shotgun, I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't thinking. I don't know. But whatever. But the fact, but this is a big one from today. The supposition would be, if they had that if Paul was, or Alec was not the intended target, because Alec was allowed to, because Alec survived, right? So the supposition would be that somebody was waiting for Alec to maybe leave, or the intended, because the intended targets were Maggie and Paul, because there was a long period of time when the three of them were at Moselle in the same place at the same time together. Yep. And the dogs didn't bark or alert, which says that
they knew the person that was there.
Either nobody was there, right? Or the person that was there, they knew. However, there's a third option too. And the third option could be, because we don't know, we're not on an intimate level with those labs and or those dogs. And like Nestor will not bark at people who enter the house. Okay. Or even people, like if somebody knocks on the door and he doesn't bark at the door, but he will whine. He will like sigh and pace. And but that wasn't asked. See, if it were me, I would have gotten.
Ursa wouldn't attack anybody coming at my front door, but if you come to the back gate, she's going to eat you alive.
That's Nestor. Nestor, you are allowed. If you come to the door, you're acting civilized, and I will watch you because I don't know you, but at least you're being civilized. If you're trying to come in through the gate, where I am head of security, no, you're not going to be doing that. Where I patrol, no, he won't let. That is bothersome to him. But he also has different barks for different things. Like when kids are playing, there's a bark, and it's a different bark. I can tell when Nestor is barking because there is actually something wrong. And Baxter, my black lab, was like that too. In fact, my dad and my mom used to tease me all the time and say, "Are you sure that Baxter barks? Are you sure that he's not mute?" And I would say, "No, he barks, Mom and Dad, but he only barks when there's actually something to bark about." So whenever we would hear Baxter bark, we knew something was amiss, and we would go look every single time. He was great like that. Whereas my sister's dogs bark at everything. You can be in the house with them all day long. Go upstairs, come downstairs, and as you're coming down the stairs, these ninnies are barking at you.
They're little dogs, I bet.
They are.
Here's my fourth option.
Okay.
If he leaves, and they went through this timeline, and it's a tight timeline, but if he actually leaves after he gets the chicken out of Bubba's mouth, and he leaves at 8:46, 8:47, then at 8:49, he's gone. He's already at the house. He can't hear what's happening down there, so we don't know if the dogs barked at somebody who arrived at that point, right? And there is an entrance that's right there, so he wouldn't necessarily even see them coming up the drive.
That would have to be impeccable timing. You would have to be somewhere where you were watching, close enough where you, with binoculars. I mean, with obviously there, you could do it with binoculars. I mean, there's all kinds of ways that you could do this, but dogs can smell for it. You don't have to be right up on the fence, right up on the, and these are hunting dogs too.
Yep.
So that their sense of smell and sense of danger and all that is different. They're more aware, as it were. And I really do think if someone was even close enough where they could use binoculars to see, I think those dogs would have barked. And I have to say that I think that Bubba gets a bad reputation as being a hellion, but the truth of the matter is he was young. He's a young lab, and he's a yellow lab, and those take more patience. You have to be more patient with them. They just,
But he said, that Bubba listened to him, and everybody else that testified did agree that Bubba listened to Alec.
Yeah, I bet he did.
So,
which tells you who actually which is interesting to me, because labs will love the entire family, but they will pick a person. And as much as I love Nestor, and I love him just like I love Alice, and just like I love Mac, but Nestor is Lonnie's dog. Nestor watches Lonnie in a way that he doesn't watch me, and I know the difference only because Baxter was mine. And when you have a lab that loves you like that, you can't mistake it. When you're their person. And Nestor loves me. Don't get me wrong. I mean, how can you blame him? I'm a ball of wonderful. Of course he loves me, but Lonnie is his person.
They pick a person, and I
Lonnie
think most
is his
dogs do
person
that anyway. I mean, like my two little dogs are supposed to actually be my oldest two kids' dogs, but they're mine. I mean, let's be real, they're mine.
And now my daughter will lie and say I stole the cats. No, I didn't. You know what,
you just
Alice?
have no choice. Otherwise, Alice will come for you when you're sleeping.
Well, the thing is Alice is smart. She recognizes that I leave far less than my daughter does. I'm always here. So she's hedging her bet. She knows that I'm the one that takes care of the food and the water, and then I'm the one that keeps the litter box clean. She knows where her bread is buttered, and she knows that I will share with her all of my food where Emma won't.
So I kept this comment highlighted because I actually had said this to you, I think, Jen, on your panel. The other thing that doesn't make sense to me is that they all sound very normal in that video at 8:44. There's no fighting. They don't sound like they were right next to each other. Like they would have been in a screaming match. They sound like they're a little bit further apart, and that everybody's fine and dandy. There's nobody that's mad. So how does it turn from that to death in 5 minutes?
The only thing that I can think of, the only thing that I can say about that is this: the only way that is possible is if it was a plan. They planned it. The person who did this planned it, and it wasn't it wasn't like a heat of the moment, you pissed me the fuck off and now I'm going to shoot you kind of a situation. It wasn't a snapping kind of a deal. You know what I mean?
Do you think he intentionally drove down there? He's like, okay, I'm just going to go do it right now. Like, I think that's the part that really gets me. I don't know.
It's very hard. But I think what makes it hard is because they're related. It's a family situation. But I mean, let's be honest. When we all watch Shanann Watts walk up to that door.
Oh God, that's terrible. That's a terrible one.
There's really nothing, not even in their texts really, that indicated what happened was going to happen. You know what I mean? It happens unfortunately, it happens all the time.
Okay, so this is my next big question, and actually the reason I named the live what I named it was because the phone expert that comes up for the defense makes a very valid point that the display keeps turning on and off over and over again, and that you have the orientation that keeps changing, but the display part is different. Like basically your backlight coming on is from any movement of your phone. When
Right. Yeah.
says that Alec is driving by the spot at 45 miles an hour where her phone is found, why is there not anything happening on Maggie's phone at that exact time?
Anything happening like what? Like a notification
Why isn't there
coming
any
in, or
backlight coming on? Why isn't there any orientation changes? Because if you remember at the beginning of the
It's supposed to be
trial,
flying
they
through the
tried
air
to
again.
say that the orientation, this was one of their first witnesses, was that the orientation changing was because the phone was being thrown. Well, now they screwed up because the orientation changing isn't at the time that the 45 mile an hour thing is. So they actually screwed their own timeline up. Because when the orientation and stuff is changing, or when the backlight is coming on, he's not in that spot where he's driving 45 miles per hour. So they've now changed the time that they said at the beginning of the trial that the phone was thrown to now saying it's being thrown at this new time.
well,
But her
the
phone
other
isn't
thing
there. You can't have both.
the other thing that this witness testified to for the defense, which I found to be interesting, is that an orientation change is only recorded when the phone is open. It isn't movement
The display
of
doesn't
the
come on either. The backlight. That's what
right,
they were
but
trying to make sure comes across, is that it's two different things.
right.
And nothing was happening with her phone. Neither one of those things was happening with her phone when the phone was supposedly thrown when he's driving 45 miles an hour down the street.
And then they had this other thing that on cross he admitted to. He asked him what he's basing his what operating system he's basing these findings on, and it's the current operating system. And Maggie's was at that was like 14 or whatever. And so I'm curious. I actually want this resolved. I really want to know exactly what it is that Maggie's phone was actually recording. And for example, would the phone record an orientation change if it were thrown, or does the phone have to be open, meaning unlocked? Because I'm curious about my own phone, and I don't think that we as phone users have this is not something that we can access. I tried. Because like today, I was watching YouTube. I was watching the very end of the testimony today, and I was on my phone. And for some freaking reason, it got stuck in portrait. Oh, no, landscape, where it's sideways. And I had my phone, I moved my phone, and it still wouldn't turn. And it's because there was a drop of water on the screen, and it turned off the auto rotate. And that's an Android. So there's so many variables that go into this that I am very curious, and I want to get to the bottom of this. And I think that this should become a study now before they start admitting this kind of evidence in court cases like this. Exactly what does your phone know, and when does it? You have to have a control. So you have to be able to be doing these things with the phone and changing the variables in order to understand the data. And nobody can answer that. They don't actually know what her phone was doing. All they can say is what that table pulled up, which is an orientation change. But then they have the operating system, and where the sensitivity settings are different. You have different options at different.
That they didn't specifically choose the information to put on the timeline that they wanted to? Like, why are you assuming they don't know exactly?
Because
they're trying to prove him guilty.
I'm talking about the defense, babe.
Oh.
I wanted, for all cases.
They probably do. Did you see that witness list?
Well, yeah. I think that this should, I think before evidence like this can be admissible in a court of law, I think that more testing needs to be done on interpreting the data. That's what I'd like to see. That's really what I'm arguing for, is a better way to know for sure what the data is actually telling you. How can you know exactly what the phone, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, it's very cut and dry. Right now, if they were to pull the data from my phone, they would see at 10:30 p.m. on whatever fucking day this is, that I was on StreamYard for 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 19 seconds. That's pretty cut and dry. Apps are very cut and dry. But these other things that your phone can do aren't so cut and dry. And I think that there should be more research into them before they present them in a court of law, because people's lives are in the balance here. And that I take seriously.
Mm-hmm. This is a good question. Why aren't they talking about these tracking collars on the dogs? That would be able to tell them, one, when it was put on and taken off, and two, when the dog was put into the kennel.
That's the other
thing. The dog is being put in the kennel and the collar was coming off at 9:15. Alec's not there.
Right. So Alec has now admitted that he is the one that took the chicken from Bubba. He put the chicken up, which I'm assuming, because he's kind of vague about it. He says, no, I don't think the chicken was dead. I'm pretty sure he'd know if the chicken was dead, but whatever. I'm not going to argue. It's really not that big of a deal. But if you took the chicken out of the dog's mouth and you put it somewhere, then what happened? Then he is, there are so many more things that need clarifying that I don't actually care for Mr. Waters to have Alec's list of clients that he stole from. I don't need for him to name them off one by one. This would have been more important questions. Mm-hmm. I think from now on, the prosecution should listen to channels like ours.
Really,
and pay attention to the shit we would want to know, because after all, we are the people that would be picked for a jury, potentially.
What if they got shot in front of him? And then he did delay, not calling.
I'll say this. I entertain that as well, Christine, but the one part that I cannot get over with that is the lack of concern for Buster. I don't care if somebody shot my family in front of me. I would be concerned for the kids who weren't there. And by all accounts, including Alex, there was no need for Buster to be watched, if that makes sense. He's out at Brooklyn's house, or
no? He talked to Buster in the car on the way to his mom's, or was that earlier in the day on the way home from work?
How many steps
earlier in the day
house to the kennels?
What's that, babe?
How many steps from the house to the kennels?
I don't think anybody measured that.
I would like to know, because
he
had all those steps, and I'm sure he didn't run over Maggie's leg in that. What if they were shot in front of him and then they took off with his golf cart?
They didn't see him, he was shot when he was going after Bubba. They were shot when he was going to get Bubba. Because it doesn't sound like,
I don't know.
I'm very confused about Bubba. If Bubba ran off and I'm very confused about that whole scenario. But they didn't see him, and so he ran towards the house and just left. Like that? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, or I don't know, because we just really don't know, why they're not speaking up about other possibilities, and I don't know, maybe he does have some, culpability, he didn't call right away, and he knew he didn't call right away, and he tried to make it look like he wasn't there, so he went, I don't know, some other stuff, if I guess that's just too far reaching, but I just wonder how many steps from the house to the.
I thought they said it was 4 football fields, but I could be wrong.
And I think the reason that they didn't actually measure the steps is because they didn't actually walk out there. They either drove their vehicles or they drove the golf cart.
Well, I mean, where
to the kennels.
I wonder how many somebody go do 200 steps right now and tell us how far you get. Walk around your house a couple times. Tell us how many steps that was.
So Kathy says, like, who else knew they were there? The dogs were not acting crazy if some unknown person was around. The timetable is short. So
Right,
this
so
is
it's
kind of what we
probably
were talking about is the dogs aren't acting crazy when Alec is there. But if these people came after Alec left, or a person came after Alec left, we don't know if the dogs were acting crazy, because
all he said was that they weren't barking at somebody unknown. But he never said nothing like they weren't barking at somebody they also knew, you know?
Right. That's true. And
I'm
Crime
not
Swim, I
convinced
think that
that
you were
they were
probably
alone
eating
at
your
the
pizza,
kennels.
but we did talk about this theory, and I do think it's plausible that the phone activity stops because they're being held at gunpoint versus that they're actually killed at that point. They just can't use the phones anymore because now they're being held at gunpoint. Or not even both. I would actually even be more curious if Paul is killed and then Maggie's more held at gunpoint. Is kind of my thought process. And then, I mean, I don't think she's held at gunpoint for like an hour or anything crazy. I'm just saying, just even that few minutes would, could potentially change a lot of things.
But nothing was taken from the house other than.
I think that they wanted Paul
dead,
and Maggie was there.
Maybe Maggie didn't come back from Edisto on her own accord. Sorry, I know that was like.
No.
That's not fleshed out enough in my head for me to talk about it out loud.
No, but I get what you're putting down.
Because why did he look up the Whaley's place? Did he get a text message or something?
For what?
The restaurant.
He says that it was just when he was he had his phone and he was trying to contact people. He obviously was just hitting random things, because he also called somebody else that was somebody he hadn't talked to in many years.
And he did reply oddly to a group text too.
I thought he just
one of those odd.
Reply?
Wasn't there a reply that was like a automated reply that you can just select?
Oh, I don't know. Let me see. I'll look at the timeline. Hold on.
I think that they're to fantasy football right then.
I know there's the weird text that comes from the one law partner that I was like, oh shit, his wife's gonna be pissed when she sees that he's sending these pictures of the women to a group chat of all the guys.
That was a Chris Watch joke.
Fantasy I missed
football.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm too stuck on this other thing that you brought up, because that is an interesting point.
Which point? Which one?
What if she didn't arrive by her alone?
Because because Whaley's is in Edisto.
Who is?
And somebody we know in the case. No, you know what? I'm just not gonna.
Somebody else we know is in Edisto.
Owns Whaley's.
Who?
No, I'm not getting fireworks.
She's not ready. She ain't ready.
I ain't getting fireworks. Oh, Teresa, look in the back chat.
Okay. Did you put it in there?
I did.
Okay, hold on. Can I say it then?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
In the private chat here? Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm looking in. Oh.
So she was.
Do they?
What is she?
This owns Whaley's?
What?
I was asking the chat if they know who owns Whaley's.
I do.
You're not the chat maniac. You're the panel.
Reply to that weird text, I don't think. I think it was just that it was opened and it read as read.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I will say this: Life of Coop brings up a good point. That's why Bubba's collar is so important, because Bubba would have been with her at the beach, but the dog kennel cleaner said that Bubba, Grady, and all the other dogs were there in the morning. Yeah.
And that's what Christine said from the beginning, that there was no reason for her to not be coming back when her dog was there. I'm going to see if I can pull it up on...
Maybe they were all at gunpoint the whole time. I don't know. Here, Teresa, I'm gonna send it in the chat.
if for nothing else to pick up the dogs, right? And so what if that was the initial plan? Like she didn't want to leave the pupsters with the construction going on, the remodeling at Edisto. So she brings them over to the house on Moselle. She goes and runs all of her errands, right? And then her initial plan is to go over to Moselle, pick Bubba and Grady up, and go back to Edisto for the night. But then she ends up staying because there's some sort of conversation pertaining likely to Alec's dad, and them all going to see the dad the following day, which is why she was. Am I making sense?
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm screenshotting like a maniac right now to get sending
okay, so you have the address of 2701, but the address when I look it up says it's 2801.
Yeah, but look at that on the map. Here, I'm going to send you the screenshot.
Okay.
Put in 2701 on the map.
Well, this is another good thing that Life of Coop brings up. You guys do your screenshotting and secret sharing behind the scenes.
Well, no,
I'm totally kidding.
I'm going to share it, but I just want to make sure I share the right thing.
Okay, so this is a good thing too. And do we have her on star for the whole day? Her location is turned on because she takes care of everyone in the family through location.
True.
But then Chris Hood brings up a good counterpoint. Why lie about being at the kennels unless you know what time the murders happened?
So that is a good question. Why would you even need to lie if you weren't actually there?
Right.
I do think that's a very good point. If it happened later, there's no reason to say that I wasn't there. But I've thought this from the beginning when they talked about the fact that she was pacing, that the sandals were the pacing prints. It never made sense to me. Why would she be pacing? Typically people are pacing whether they're on the phone, right? They're on the phone. You kind of walk back and forth when you're on the phone, or when you're like in an argument with somebody, you kind of pace back and forth, or a deep discussion even, you know what I mean? So I'm like, was there already an issue? And then I think one of my very first lives on this topic, I was like, somebody tell me what this bombshell evidence that everybody keeps saying is going to come out. And somebody said it's the Snapchat video. So then, of course, the first video that actually comes out is the dog kennel video. And I'm like, okay, so it proves he was there. Then I was like, it brought me back to the pacing. So does he not, and I think I said it earlier in this live, does he not say he was there because when he was there, they were actually fighting? And if they're fighting and now they're dead, you do not tell cops typically, yeah, we just got in a fight and I left and now they're dead. You see what I'm like?
I understand. I understand.
So I don't know. That's kind of my thought. But I did say that he was going to go with the fact that drugs had to do with why he didn't tell the truth. And what did he do? It was drugs. I didn't know he was going with that one though. I thought he was going to go with it, like I didn't remember.
Right.
But he went with the whole, I was nervous about having drugs.
Which makes absolutely no sense.
No, absolutely not.
And I'll tell you why.
Chat and Facebook. I'll be right back. I have to give Jack some medicine.
Okay. I don't understand this whole I had a pocket full of pills. Okay. And I meant to do this for my live, but then I wanted to watch your live, so I canceled my live. But I am going to revisit it because I want to go back to Special Agent Owen's testimony about him collecting Alec's clothes. Because if you believe Alec's testimony, the pills would have been in his pocket when he was changing clothes. Where did he put those pills, and how much privacy did he have to take the pills out of his pocket? Right.
They asked him that, like, if we, is there a specific?
And it was very fuzzy. It's very, very fuzzy. That's indicative of something's not. What's that saying from Low Country? The milk ain't clean. Something is definitely off. Ooh, Kiki, this is a good point too. My thought today, when he couldn't remember what he said to Maggie before he left the kennels, and I think you said this earlier too, Teresa, they were fighting. What you said just made sense.
Ah.
I'm curious though, I will say this. The one thing I think they might have been having a heated argument about, and I highly doubt it was pills, if I'm being quite honest. I think that Maggie was asking about what was going on with the lawsuit. She knew she would be kept apprised of hearings, and would ask. I just think it would make sense for her to ask. Okay, so when's the next hearing? Oh, it's on the 10th. Well, what are they going to do on the 10th? She did allegedly have a conversation with Blanca about her feeling like Alec was keeping something from her with respect to that lawsuit.
Okay, so what we're talking about here with this whole restaurant situation, this Whaley's restaurant, is who owns the restaurant, and is it the cooks that own the restaurant? Like the Cook family from the boat crash.
Mm.
One of the Cook families from the boat crash, which I don't know. I'm trying to dig into this. And then apparently that restaurant had a sandwich named Maggie and Paul.
Oh.
This is all just coming to me right now. So I
don't know if I can judge that because Maggie had a dog named Maggie.
Right. That's very interesting to me too. But wasn't Maggie was Randolph's dog?
Yeah.
So Randolph had a dog that he named Maggie after his daughter-in-law.
I think I would be offended as a daughter-in-law. No matter how cute Maggie the dog is, I would be like, what the fuck?
But wasn't Edisto
I named my cat after my sister.
Like Edisto was her escape where she went to be away from the boat stuff.
Yes.
But
well, Edisto was her escape from Hampton, period. She didn't want to be in Hampton.
Well, she didn't want to be in Hampton because everybody was being mean to her, and everybody on both sides testified to that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm still digging into this, and Christine's sending me stuff to look at so that I can share with you guys on this restaurant situation. So
no, I didn't. I didn't do anything.
You didn't do anything. Okay, so 2701. I'm just gonna. You guys want to look at this with me so you guys can see what I'm looking at?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you guys looked at her house in Edisto, by the way? Have you seen it?
Once or twice. Yeah.
Have you seen the inside?
No.
I kind of want it, by the way. Here, hold on. Okay.
Let's crowdsource. Let's get us a PayPal pool. Let's buy the house.
I would totally buy the house.
We can have our true crime conventions, meet and greets.
I think it's flipping gorgeous.
It's I know from the outside it's beautiful.
Furniture. Here, I'll show you the house. I'll look at the house first, and then I'll show you guys the restaurant stuff.
Okay.
So somebody bought the house I think last year, but now it's pending sale now. Ooh. So it was just put up for sale.
I believe both properties have contracts out on them.
Yeah, this one is. I haven't seen the inside of Moselle, but that's not my cup of tea. I don't need all that.
No, me either. I would want the beach house too.
Yeah, give me the beach house. I'm totally Maggie.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the TV so I can see these and not have to squint.
Okay, so let me pull this up real quick, and then we'll go through some of the other stuff. As soon as I saw it, I was like, damn it, I want this house. I wonder if it's even going to let me look at it now. Oh yeah, here it is. I can't blow them up because I don't have the picture. I don't have the pictures saved. Oh, thank you, Megan Unbalanced. I appreciate it. It's always fun when we don't agree, but we still love each other anyway.
Yes, this is one of those cases because if you're looking at it, straight trial, there you have, there's that. And then you have the people that are looking at the trial and they know the background. And then it's an interesting case. I think this case is going to have some far-reaching implications, and I'm very curious about how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Did you
But
know
I think
there's a
there's
street
like
in
so
Edison
much more
called
to it.
Palmetto Boulevard?
Is there?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I think there was the Palmetto family was pretty. What does Waters like to call them? Predominant,
Prominent?
or what does he call them?
Prominent.
Oh,
Prominence.
Okay, so
There's
here you
also
go.
a palmetto bug. It's like a roach.
So this is where it is from the beach. You can see that. A lot of outside stuff. Hold on, I want to get to the inside stuff
It's
so you
so
can
little.
see inside. It's a lot of it's 4 bedrooms. So here you go.
Bigger.
Check out the kitchen. It's got the little sign at a stove. It's so cute and cozy.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna get
love
rid of
that
this couch,
island.
though. This couch has got to go.
It's so
What
like
couch?
no, it's like beach.
Oh.
It's beach shit, like chic.
I don't
you know,
care.
like-
That thing's ugly.
I said beach shit.
Oh, that's awful. We knew what you meant, Christine. Gee,
Beach
that's
shit.
me.
You know.
It would have been kind of curious, they have the TV on in the background. If they had been if they had like a Murdaugh like documentary up there, that would have been
Be
interesting.
better if they had YouTube and it was one of our channels.
That would be sweet.
Oh Jesus.
Just kidding.
Oh, here you go. Now you can see the couch better.
Oof.
No, it's like beach chic.
But I love this table.
Everything but the couch is chic.
It's so beautiful.
I like the floors.
There's so many chairs in that place. You know, chairs cost like $60 a piece.
Now, they need like a good sectional couch.
Yeah, they need something.
Oh,
You
here,
have
you
to
can
be
see-
careful what you get, what kind of furniture you get by the beach, though, because sand is, ugh.
Wait, is it this one? No, it's not. It wasn't this
It
one. I
just
guess
gets
the
in
next one.
everything, and it's so hard to get out. Like, unless you're familiar, like everybody that I didn't know this until I moved to Florida, but when you go to the beach, you take baby powder with you because
yeah.
then it helps to get the sand off. But I didn't grow up by the beach, so you don't know that,
Oh.
But now I do.
Take your bathing suit with you too, Jen.
You can put it on just your feet, and then it helps just even walking around.
Yes. I usually have my bathing suit on before I'm at the beach. I typically don't change.
There is no
So they have
self-respecting stager that would do the house like that. I don't think so.
So they have this indoor patio that it sleeps people. Remember one of them was talking about how they slept on the porch?
Yes, those
friends, and I was
are
like, what are you talking about? You slept on the porch.
okay. So back in the day, that they actually have a term for it, and it is literally called a sleeping porch.
Yeah.
So I had a house in Waxahachie, Texas, and it had a sleeping porch, but they had converted into an actual like part of the house, but it was at one point a sleeping porch.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this house. So the master bedroom. You go out to that sleeping porch or whatever you want to call it. You can get out there too. It goes out to like right here, and then you can go down to the ground level from out here too.
I feel like the sleeping porch is where you put your husband when they've been naughty. You sleep on the porch.
You're on the porch tonight, buddy.
The dogs are in the bed and your ass is on the porch.
How beautiful! I mean, it's just gorgeous.
It is gorgeous.
And then there's like under the house like spot for like your boat and
Okay. Oh wow.
And then there's like cornhole under here.
I love cornhole.
Yeah, boat is not included in the sale, FYI. Anyway, it's a gorgeous house. And I was like, man, I would totally buy that. Okay, so Sniper says, is this the sheriff? Did it? Okay, Jen, you've got to know this. You were digging.
Okay, let me look.
Stephen Smith. Modine. It's like 1.1 million, I think is what it's selling for.
I didn't know. I actually didn't know that because You guys, that Stephen Smith case is so sad to me. It's so tragic, but it's so convoluted. And it's the case itself, okay, the actual circumstances are relatively straightforward. What is complicated about it is that there were 3 different law enforcement agencies that showed up on scene. There was first on the scene was Hampton County Sheriff's Office, then Highway Patrol, and Hampton County called in SLED. And at the very beginning of the investigation, when they were just on the scene and looking at Stephen, nobody thought it was a hit and run. How that that medical examiner, that she's what changed the course of the case. And what's interesting about it is when Stephen was taken for autopsy, and his autopsy was done that day, Hampton County Sheriff's Office told SLED to tell the Highway Patrol that they were not required at the autopsy, okay? But then the autopsy is performed. It's ruled a hit and run, or it's ruled a blunt force trauma pedestrian versus vehicle. That's what it's ruled. So then the case actually then goes into the hands of the Highway Patrol, who then calls the medical examiner trying to understand, because they didn't get to attend the autopsy, why she thinks it's a hit and run. And she says it's because he was hit, because he was found in the road. And when he presses her a little bit more, she says, it's not my job to investigate whether or not it was a crime or something to that effect. It's your job to investigate. And it just got more convoluted from there, because then they start the investigation and they do have people that are willing to speak. But when they go for follow-ups, they can't get a hold of nobody. It's just, it just breaks my heart. And all his mom wants is some answers.
And in my opinion, them looking into the financial crimes of Alec and the weird lawsuits they were filing, and Blanca her own self got in a few, and in my opinion, that's why they reopened the case or re-investigated. Like, I know, Jen Lou, that you don't like that word, but why they took a fresh look at the Stephen Smith case while they were investigating those financial crimes, because of all the other shady lawsuits that they had filed.
But what's interesting about it is Randy Murdaugh had represented Stephen's father in some type of personal injury, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But Mr. Smith got 2 phone calls that morning. One was from officers telling him to come down because they were going to notify him about Stephen's death. And the second call he got that morning was from one Randy Murdaugh offering to represent him in the case for free. He hadn't even, we're talking about like he had just been notified of Stephen's death.
Can we talk about the word free?
What?
Because these people work for free. That's what they do. They work.
He wasn't going to take. It wasn't going to be on. There's different. They don't work for free. They work on contingency. Free means exactly what free means. Free means free from their fees. They don't get cut.
It sounds kind of like Gloria Satterfield falling down the stairs, and then Alec jumping up to champion for the kids and get the money out of the insurance.
But there was never a suit brought, by the way, in Stephen's case. But Randy Murdaugh was involved.
Some law enforcement division messed him up.
Well, yeah, and the thing is it's not that I don't like reinvestigate. It's the reopen. It's not that I don't like that word. I don't understand it. I don't understand how there is no manner of death
I
on
don't think it was
Stevens.
closed. I just think the leads went cold, and so they
Right,
took a fresh look.
But they use the term reopen implies a closure. You
Who
can't
said
open
that?
yeah. Huh?
But who said that? Like, just like
SLED, when they took over the case, said it was reopened. They're the ones that use that term. It's on Fitz News. They use that term in their presser. Reopening.
Why isn't Fitz News saying anything about Blanca and Ford?
They have an episode on Blanca, don't they?
Yeah, but it's very handled gently, like with kid gloves or like.
Because, well, I have to look at Murdaugh murder podcast, because the girl who worked for Fitz News, who did all of the investigation, now doesn't work for Fitz News anymore, and she does her own thing. Yes.
Oh, she doesn't? Oh, okay.
No, that's why. So I think that
I only listen to the podcast. I don't know about any.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go then.
Okay, so Sniper, they were talking about the Moselle situation today in court. They're talking about how that guy owed him a lot of money because of the other real estate dealings, and that's how he ended up getting Moselle, was because it was payment basically for all the money that this guy owed him from all the real estate stuff. So,
and I will say that there is some interesting situations respective to the real estate stuff.
Yes.
There are many and Decipher podcast went over them, and they did a really good job about how many times the same property changes hands. And what's suspicious about it is, like, let's say me, Teresa, and Criminality were all a family, like a legitimate blood family, not like a YouTube family who's family for real now, but like we were born into a family. I'll be the oldest. Okay, you get Alice. So, but let's say I decided I'm the oldest, because I think I am actually. So I will, I'm getting older. So I'm going to sell Teresa my property for $5 and transfer the deed and all that. That being done through generations isn't anything that would be raising of an eyebrow. It's the number of times it's done and who the property's names are transferred to is what's eyebrow raising.
Well, I'm going to push Teresa off a boat and I'll own it anyway.
Are you guys going to take my boat now?
We're in South Carolina.
She has to leave it to you.
Damn it. The will.
I'll put it in the will that if anything happens to Teresa, that Christine, gee, that's me, gets it for half price for $250 instead of $5
because he got cut out of the wheel.
Okay, so let's talk about this restaurant situation so that I can get my head around this whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Life of Coop. Yeah, so they said that she tripped over the dog, but there's no mention of dogs in the 911 call by Maggie or Paul. So who knows if that's true? But I mean, that was the whole point of the lawsuit, was that she tripped over the dog.
And she tripped up the stairs.
Man, I do that shit all the time.
I am clumsy as hell. And I can honestly say that for whatever reason, I have, knock on wood, hold on. I have not ever tripped upstairs. Have I fallen downstairs? Hell yes. Many times. But never tripped up them.
That's so funny because I trip upstairs way more than I've ever fallen downstairs.
Amber Heard trips upstairs probably.
Hi, Jax. She sure does. Okay, let me see. Let me share this because I'm not even exactly sure exactly what I'm looking at yet. So
this has got to be the funnest, most interesting live tonight. Just saying.
I'm having fun. Okay, let's see.
I think we've had a great time. We've had great conversation. I've had a near-death experience. We've done it all.
Oh yeah. Okay, can you guys even see that? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the LLC registered to Andy Cook. Now this is all sleuthing that I'm doing right here because I don't know. I don't know all this. So then they have. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where's the other picture? No.
Yeah, show the picture of the map.
This one. You want the picture of the map?
Well, okay, well, yeah, you could show that one then. Because the lot next to 2701 is the EE plat or whatever. I think it's just one big area because there's one map screen share that I showed you that they have like a store, they have like a plumbing company, like the whole corner is like, pull that picture up.
This one or the other
No,
one? Okay,
that's
hold
a
on. Let me get.
PDF. That's not even a picture.
Okay, hold on. I'm coming. Gotta give me a second.
Because that's the house, and then across this, there's like
This one?
yeah.
Okay.
No, it's well, yeah, this one shows. Okay, so you see like when I search 2701, this is where it pulls up to. And it says 2801B. Because I think it's that property is like yeah, see, okay, see they have landscaping, they have the Whaley store.
Okay. So, but if you look up, shit, where was it? The address of the restaurant, it's 2801. So where's 2801 on here then?
Google, I mean, are you going to go to the map next?
I'm just gonna pull up the map.
Yeah. So put 2701 into the map.
Hold on, I have a dog. I have a dog whining at the door. Let me go let him in. Hold on. Okay, 20. You want me to put in 2701 Murdaugh. And Edisto. Okay, hold on. Which one is it? Is it Drive or is it? Shit.
I'm just on this adventure with you guys. I have no idea where we're going or what we're doing, but I'm here
we're
for
just
it.
we're just going. So this is Myrtle Street. Okay.
Edisto, yeah. We can't see that screen.
We're going. You're gonna see it. Give me a second. Okay. So 2701 Myrtle Street is this one. No, that's the 2801. That's 2701.
So look up.
That's 2698. So this is 2701. Hold on. Why does that look like that looks like her house?
They all look exactly the same.
That's interesting. Okay. This is 2701 Myrtle.
Okay, but there's like a lot next to. I don't know. Okay, now I'm confused. You got me all turned around.
I wonder how, because I mean that house looks just like her house. Okay, let me go back over here so I can actually see what you guys are saying. Okay. Okay, so this is 2701 Myrtle. You want me to go back to the map?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all turned around now. Hold on. I feel like those lots are like connected. I'm trying to go back to my screens.
Let me see. Because that looks very different than my Google map. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Billow, Myrtle, and Neptune. There's Myrtle. Here, yeah, right here. So then 2701 is over here, and then here's 20,
I don't even know why we're looking at 2701 to begin with.
2701 is the deed that is the cook's.
Oh, okay. But that looks like a residence.
Right. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Yeah, I'm all confused too. Sorry. Hold on.
You're
Okay,
supposed to be the
totally agree
leader
with
of this
Okay,
expedition.
I know. I'm like, okay, so
3101 Myrtle Street is also owned by them.
they own a lot of stuff on Myrtle Street.
Yeah, so
But the
3101 is also owned by them.
This is a store. The Whaley's is a restaurant though, right? I guess maybe it's a store and restaurant because it's seafood, and that's kind of how they do it sometimes.
I think it's like fish and chips and sandwiches and stuff.
Okay.
Or like Cracker Barrel, where they have the store and then they have the restaurant.
Yeah.
Because it's by the beach. We have that here in Clearwater. And their addresses are weird too. I didn't think about that.
But I mean, this is like, I think very close to where she was at. So I just find that interesting. She's on Big Day Drive.
Big Day or Big Bay?
Big Bay Drive right over here.
Because I was like, what is a big day? What does that mean?
Big Day. No, Big Bay Drive. So she's right over here. Like, it's not far. So it's interesting. I mean, let me look at. I'm looking up any deeds or anything. Tammy, I'm not sure yet. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. It's that property 2701 is owned by a cook. I don't remember what his name was now.
Also, can I just take a Ray? I thought you said
Andy.
And
I don't know who he is to anybody else. So that's why I'm like, this is all. We're just totally checking it out and seeing what we see. We don't know anything at this point as 100%. So this is all just kind of just researching it.
Also, I've been thinking about lots of stuff while we're talking, but one of the things I've been thinking about is this divorce rumor, right? Now, don't you think if there was proof of the divorce, that would be a much easier motive for the prosecution to explain, other than this real obscure financial situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So if Maggie were speaking to a divorce attorney or a forensic accountant, as has been rumored, there would be a record of that somewhere in her phone. She would have called, right? I mean, don't you think?
Absolutely. I think it would have come out with the phone data.
I think it would have. And so I
was like, that I'm gonna debunk.
I don't think that's true. I don't think Maggie, why would she divorce him? What possible? First of all, let's say she had some idea that something was amiss with the finances. People have said that at the bare minimum, she knew that that bills weren't getting paid, right? Why would you divorce him? You're not going to get anything. What would be the point? As it was, she was set up pretty great. She had her beach house and she was good. There would be no reason.
No, and she didn't work. She had never worked.
Right.
So she has no work history. I know people get really mad at me when I say I'm not convinced she didn't know about the money stuff or what he was doing, that he was doing something to get the money. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
All the details of who was who and what was what, but I'm not convinced she didn't know. I think she was fine. How tall is the firm's accountant lady? Jeannie? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question, because if you think about it,
she does love a scarf. She does love a scarf, and you can use that in a pinch as a sling, for to carry multiple weapons if you need to.
But yeah, I mean, her brother-in-law is from Palmetto Bank.
But to be fair, when she had just confronted Alec, and on June 7th, she had not really dug in yet. Because remember, see what they were looking into. You have to remember which specific case they were looking into. And they were looking into a specific case. It was one case that he handled with Chris Wilson. And at that point, Chris was covering for Alec. They actually didn't know that things were wrong, really wrong. Like there had been an exchange between Chris's it wasn't even Jeannie that brought it to her attention. It was actually Alec's paralegal. And
I don't remember her name right off the top of my head, though. But
neither do I. And she was talking. It was Annette. Annette is the one that brought it up. Annette. And then Annette and Chris Wilson's paralegal were exchanging emails. And then Annette brought it to Jeannie. And this started in May. And then there was a little bit of conversation. June 7th, she went up to Alec to ask him something. And that's when she said, oh, if you want to get into it, let's go in your office. So she goes into the office and they start to have this conversation. And in the middle of the conversation is when Alec gets his, the phone call that his brothers had taken their dad to the doctor and he ended up getting admitted to the hospital. So he gets that call. So Jeannie backs off and it turns into more of a friendly conversation, and it just sort of gets left. And then it doesn't get brought up again until September. Because by that point, nobody was actually confronting Alec with anything, but Jeannie wasn't done investigating. And she had not Nolan Tootin, but the runner, the kid who was the runner who testified. She had him.
That Will?
No, not Will Loving. There was another kid who testified, and his testimony was very brief, but essentially he worked as a runner at the law office, and he was friends with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he met Paul in Edisto. And but anyway, he was looking at stuff too. But as far as the firm was concerned, the person who was in charge of the investigation and was Lee Cope and Jeannie Seckinger. And then Jeannie had that kid looking into it too, like doing some, investigating.
So there's a couple comments about Anthony Cook, and I really liked that kid from the documentaries. I was actually, I would, if I had to go with, I would go with the other Cook, and I don't even know. I'm just putting that out there. I think that when and if we can actually get discovery from this trial, I do think that they probably thoroughly went through.
Oh, they did.
Terms of that boat crash. I think that what Alec was implying was that, and anybody who's in these chats knows the type of crazy things that happen in true crime where people get really weird and they
Bless you.
have. She's coughing, Goofy. I think that it was more like the weird followers of social media who were like, no, man, this guy's, somebody's got to teach this guy a lesson kind of thing. And they came up with these really weird things that they thought they should happen to him. And that's who Alec was thinking it came from. Like, they're the ones that did it, not necessarily that the victims of the boat crash did it.
No.
That was my thought.
No, in fact, he was adamant on the stand today that he never thought it was any of the actual victims in the boat crash. He never thought it was any of those kids or any of their family. He did say on the stand today that he meant the people on social media. But my only hesitation and reservation is that there was no reporting. There was no paper trail. And as an attorney, and this is where gets interesting for me with Alec, because yes, Alec was a civil attorney, but he had grown up with prosecutors and did do some prosecuting himself. So he does understand parts of that law. He's probably way more familiar and comfortable with civil law, but he does know criminal law. And if nothing else, it's better to have a paper trail.
True. Alec's paralegal, so that would be Annette that you just said.
Yes.
Her first cousin is the father of Mallory Beach. Annette's cousin is Mallory Beach's father?
I have a final answer about Whaley's. It is not owned by a cook.
Okay.
But those properties around it are.
Gotcha. Did you know that the paralegal
No.
was the cousin of Beach's?
No, because so how I was going to talk about the cases surrounding the Murdaugh family was in chronological order, because for whatever reason, this doesn't make any sense to me, but the documentaries always start with Mallory Beach. They always start with the boat crash, but
Yeah,
that makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Right, because if you want to understand a family dynamic, you have to start at the beginning, right?
Right.
And so with the potential alleged first case. Now I have to say this. There is a connection between Buster and Stephen in the fact that they both graduated the same high school and were at high school at the same time. And when they were younger, they were on Stephen was on one of Buster's baseball teams. Okay. I don't actually think that the person Stephen is talking about in that conversation he had with his cousin has anything to do with Buster. And the reason I say that is because of the language that the cousin uses when relating how Stephen described the person that he was dating. At that time, Buster was not in Hampton County, number one.
No.
Number two, what he said was he is prominent, not he is from a prominent family. So to me, that indicates somebody older.
Yeah.
Most people, most kids that age, because they did interview people on both Low Country and the one that ID Network did, or the ID channel did. And when they interviewed kids that were the same age as Buster and Paul, their same age group, they referred to Paul and Buster as being from a prominent or wealthy family. When they talk about Alec or any of the other adult, although obviously they were adults at the time, but you know what I'm saying, that actual real grown-ups, right?
Yeah.
They refer to them differently. They don't refer to they refer to them as the Murdaugh family. They don't refer to them as being from a prominent family, and neither did Stephen.
No, you're right.
And who, at that point, even let's say it was Buster, would some tongues have been wagging? Yes, but not as much as if it were a senior member of the Murdaugh family.
You know what you just made me realize?
What? That I'm wonderful? No, you already knew that.
I didn't realize that. I already knew that. No, what I just realized is that is the same word that Waters wanted Alec to say he was.
Yes. Wouldn't you agree that you're from a prominent family? I promise you that if we were to get our mitts on the discovery and we started going through it, and only took everybody's names who were mentioned in the discovery and simply focused on that and went and looked at how they were all connected, I guarantee you every single person is connected in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
Which is what makes this so convoluted. I still have not been able, in my looking at through all the things that I've looked through to, with respect to Stephen Smith's death, I still cannot figure out who called Randy, nor can I find out if there is not a whole lot known about the conversation that took place between Randy and Stephen Smith's dad. So I would be curious if it were me, okay, and my attorney, and I'm even doing small town, understand that everybody knows your name. It's like Cheers up in that motherfucker. I would still ask, how did you know about that? Who told you he died?
Right.
I just found out myself.
What's going to happen with, because they have that case open.
They do.
What's happening with it? The last time that her mom or his mom spoke, said that she hasn't got any updates.
What I'm hoping for is this trial with the cell phone data is key. And the reason it's key in Stephen Smith's case is because Stephen Smith's iPhone was on him. It was in his front pocket. Okay.
Yep. Completely
intact. But it had a lock code. So did Paul's, but we know, and I don't know if they didn't have that technology in 2015 that the FBI has now, where they have that, what do they call it? It was my favorite term. Hard something. What do they call that? Where they essentially try a bunch of different codes, but they can only do so many a day. Otherwise it'll
force.
You know what?
A brute force?
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Christine. Brute
You're
force.
welcome.
I don't think they had
that. I'm in a computer forensics class this semester.
Ooh. So I don't think they had brute force in 2015, but they do have it now. And I really hope that because it was mentioned in this trial, that the powers that be decide to turn Stephen Smith's phone over. Because the thing about it is he had like a backup. Sandy was his backup. She could have gotten into that phone with the fingerprint ID. But when she did the fingerprint ID, it stayed locked. Sled has his phone. So hopefully Sled will call in the FBI like they did before. And that's what I was kind of waiting for, Life of Coop, for the thing, for all this trial hoopla to settle down a little bit, for the trial to be over, so I can really, really focus on Stephen Smith's case and presenting it correctly and accurately, because there's a lot. But anyway, I want them to, because they did one of his electronics, which was an iPad. There isn't anything significant. There is a message. And now I have to go back and look because it's in Spanish. I understand what the message means. I just don't remember what it is. And I mean, like, you can, it's not a miracle that I understand it. I mean, you can put it in Google Translate, it'll translate. It's rough, but you get the gist. Anyway, and it does seem, it's an affectionate note. It's an affectionate message. So no, I don't want to look. I don't want to lock. What would I lock Buster up for? I don't know if you're talking about you guys on panel or you guys in the chat, but I can speak that, Mo, I don't want to lock anybody up. I just want to know I just want Stephen Smith to get justice. And so whatever the investigation uncovers, that's,
surprised. I would be very surprised if Buster has anything to do with Stephen Smith.
Well, I would too. And the fact is that there is on the Low Country, and this comes from the Highway Patrol, their interviews. There's an audio interview, and they're talking about the Murdaugh boys. And basically, the person says, yeah, I heard, yes, I've heard Buster's name be dropped, but the truth is that this is something that Paul would do, not Buster.
And
This
Paul
is more
was
in
young,
Paul's
though.
nature. Huh?
Paul was young, though, when this happened.
Well, Stephen was 19. Buster was 19. So Paul
Was
would have
15?
been 15 or
14?
16.
Yeah, he was
Driving
young.
age.
Yeah, that's part of the rumor, Mo, is that there was that they were gay and the family didn't want Buster to be gay, or they would never have allowed that to happen. I don't
think
make
so.
any sense to me. Stephen Smith was involved in some, I don't know if prostitution would be the right word, but there was some money exchanged with older men. There's also a huge thing. I'm very anxious for you to go over this because I have a lot of questions, and they don't really lead to the Murdaughs. Besides your big question of who called Randy, that's the one that gets me. How did he get involved in it? But the place where he escorts stuff, yeah, that's probably better, Phoebe. Thank you. The place where he was found is right next to, I don't know if it was a farm, but of not very good people. I don't know. So that's why I'm like, and the whole thing comes to like, everybody's so afraid to say the Murdaugh's name. Everybody's so afraid to say their name. Nobody wants to name them. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know how many times the Murdaugh name was mentioned in the Stephen Smith case? So it's this whole thing with the Murdaughs has a really bad vibe to me of where everybody says one thing, but they can't have it both ways. So nobody ever wants to say their name, and that's why Alec and Paul never got in trouble for this boat wreck. But yet in 2015, when Stephen Smith's case going on, everybody's saying the Murdaugh's name. So I'm like, you can't have it both ways.
Well, okay. So let me say this. So as far as that goes, yes, the Murdaugh boys, and that is what's interesting about it. It was never implicitly and only Buster. The term was the Murdaugh boys. He was found on Sandy Run Road, Mo, at like 3:00 in the morning. It was the Murdaugh boys. What?
He got served out an arrest warrant today?
What? Que pasa, Mufasa?
Yeah, and wait, and somebody says it's a misdemeanor charge. So what's the charge? A misdemeanor arrest warrant through South Carolina. Do we know on what?
Yeah, on what? Now, I know that during that today there was an issue with Alec. So what was happening is Alec, so when the judge would call a recess, whether it was for lunch or whether it was for like the morning break, what was happening is after the jury left, some people were leaving before the jury left, which is disrespectful as fuck to the court, number one, but most people were waiting. And then Alec would come down from the stand and people would come up from the gallery and people were handing stuff to Alec. And the bailiff was like, oh, hell no. Let me tell you how this is going to go. The judge is going to call a recess. We're going to stand. I'm going to get the jury out of here. Nobody is going to move. Alec, don't get your ass out of that seat. If you're on the stand, you sit right there. I'm going to get the jury out of there, and then we're going to get Alec out off of the stand and either back into the little waiting area that they have behind the whatever, and then you guys can be free to move about the cabin, but not until then because it was a security risk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other
I
The
don't see
other-
anything about a case.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know that he called Buster, Chris. We don't know that. And I would think that they would have phone records to be able to prove if he called Buster. That would have been an easier
we
fix.
don't. Well, all they could get would be the literal phone records, like the bill, not the there's been a lot of allegations, and I will say this.
Why couldn't they get more than that, though? They have his phone.
They can't get it unlocked. In 2015, they didn't have that brute force.
I know,
thing
but
that they do now.
They should be able to have technology now that would be able to unlock.
Yes, so now they would have to. Yes, now they would be able to do it.
Well, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They would know that Buster was around. That they would know that he called him.
Nobody can say for sure who. Okay, so let me tell you how this plays out. So this comes from this guy who says that he was Stephen Smith's boyfriend, and there's a lot of rumors around that. Sandy and Stephanie both say that they don't think this guy is Stephen's boyfriend. It's a whole big thing. But bottom line is, the rumor going around town was that Stephen ran out of gas and he was walking, and that he called Buster for a ride, and that Buster happened to be around and in the area because of the ball games. And they've tied this all together because, the blunt force trauma people say that they think it was a baseball bat, right? And that's how they somewhat have tied Buster to this, but it's all rumor and it's all speculation. There isn't any evidence. And I will say this, on the part of the Highway Patrol, Buster, none of the Murdaughs have ever been interviewed with respect to the Stephen Smith case. Never once ever.
Now, I think the only mention of it is in the jailhouse calls. Alec does say something to Buster about it. Like, are they still trying to say we have something to do with that?
Yeah.
Stephen Smith kid or whatever?
Yeah. And the reason he's probably saying that is because
yes,
there was a media situation. There was an announcement that they had reopened the Stephen Smith case, but what they said was they reopened it because of evidence learned during the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
For Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah. But we don't know what it was.
We don't know. We have no idea. None.
Okay, so he got served a misdemeanor warrant having to do with SLED after he testifies about how much he distrusts SLED. Is that seriously? I want to know. That doesn't
seem smart.
No.
And I'll say this about the situation of Stephen being an escort. I suspect where that rumor comes from is an interview that Stephanie gave to law enforcement. And the interviewer is asking her, what she says is, Stephen put himself out there. And he said, well, I'm talking about I'm not talking about just like relationships. I'm talking about money exchanges. What she actually says is, She never actually comes out and says directly or specifically that Stephen Smith there was any type of exchange for money.
Yeah, it was very weird. There was that whole thing about that gated community with that guy, and yeah, I don't know enough to speak on it and speak facts, so I try not to. But I'm very curious about all of it. It just there's one of those things.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be looked into, and all of these questions probably could have been answered back in 2015. But for whatever reason, this is where it gets a little dicey, because yes, people did say they did come out and say, well, I heard, the Murdaugh boys were involved, right? And there were even a few people that went into a little bit more detail about what they had heard. But upon when they would reach out after the first time they spoke, they wouldn't ever get responded to. And some
So,
people actually moved.
Stephen's cause of death, and this is kind of what's up for debate too, is that they tried to rule it a hit and run, but then, and Jen will correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like one coroner said that it was a hit and run, but everybody else disagreed with it and said it does not actually look like a hit and run. It looks like blunt force trauma, and the reason there's like a ton of reasons, I guess, that it's like blunt force trauma because he does have the wound to the head, but he had his shoes on, which typically when you're hit by a vehicle, your shoes come off, especially if they're loosely tied like his was. His cell phone was still in his pocket.
Not even cracked. That screen is in perfect condition. Yes, adjusted fate. He talked about a little bit, but it also came from that channel uses Stephanie's interview with the highway patrol to somewhat add credence to what this man has said.
Yeah, there's a lot of little aspects to it that I think that are intriguing.
Yeah, but what I will say about the whole thing, as far as the investigation into it being a hit and run, after the highway patrol took jurisdiction over the case, the officer in charge had multiple officers go out to that scene and walk 100 yards in each direction from the scene, and at no time had they, at more than once, like 4 different times, looking for debris, and there was never any debris. There was never any indication. There were 4 very, very small blue-ish colored paint chips found on Stephen's clothing, but they're not big enough, and so they're not suitable for testing or comparison should a suspect vehicle be, is the official line. That's the official word. What else? It was the coroner, Eddie Washington, his initial impressions were that it was a homicide, not a hit and run. It had nothing to do, he was just in the road. A vehicle had nothing to do with it. It was the medical examiner who declared that that's how he died, and so the coroner has to sign off on it. He can't not agree because that's not how it works. So, right. And then let me see. No. I asked. Remember, because we talked about this, and you put him up there, and we played it. Yeah, it's a different one. No, because he would be the coroner of Colleton County, which is where Moselle is located. This is the coroner of Hampton County.
Right, so Mo, they said that I've heard 2 different things. I've heard that he was picked up and then thrown out of the vehicle, and then I've also heard that he was walking and somebody drove by and hit him with something out of the window. I don't know if you've heard another version of that, Jen?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But what I'll say is this. I have looked and looked and looked online, and I cannot find them, but I'm not really adept at looking for these kind of pictures because I don't do it very often. But what I will tell you is Low Country has a picture of Stephen Smith in the road. It's a crime scene picture. It's blurred, but not blurred enough. And the fact of the matter is, the way that Stephen Smith is laying, nobody falls that way. That's not a common way to fall. He looks like he was laid there. That's the only way I can describe it. Maybe at some point, the case will get after all, because of all this hullabaloo around the Murdaugh trial, there will be more updates, and this case will get solved. But I once you see it, you can't unsee it. It is not a way that anybody who was walking would fall. He's laying on his back, but his legs are together and his arms are outstretched, almost it's not a natural way to it looks like he looks like, okay, the only way I can describe it is like, those pictures of the man carrying the bride over the threshold, the way you scoop somebody up under their legs and hold them with the other arm on their back. That is how it looks. And that he was just laid down from that position.
It was random vigilantes. That's what they'll have you believe. It was random vigilantes, 2 random 12-year-old vigilantes that killed Paul and Maggie. I think that it would be more likely a short man or a woman, but if that guy's right.
Yeah, that's why I'm not putting a whole lot of stock into Buster being the situation, because there's not enough receipts to
So somebody up here says that the prosecution has done a good job of proving that Alec is a liar, but that does not prove murder. And I have to agree with you.
Absolutely. They did a fantastic job of, a fantastically unnecessary, in my opinion, job of proving him a liar, because once that audio came in from the roadside shooting where Alec is confessing, I guess, but bottom line is he admits that he lied in a criminal investigation. There was no need for, they didn't need to belabor the point. I would have liked to see them spend far more time on that day.
On the 7th?
Yes. Like, I think they should, those are the questions that the jury is there to decide and deliberate on. And so I would have much rather them spent 10 minutes on the financial crap, because I guess it's obligatory, but the rest of their cross-exam, I think, should have been focused solely on his activities on the 7th and 8th.
So I feel like Waters purposely overdid the financial stuff here towards the end with this cross-exam, because he knows that his other case is weak, and he's probably getting the indication that the jury isn't buying what he's trying to sell with the murders. Mm-hmm. So he has to make sure that there's some conviction, and the finances is what he knows he has. That's what that's my thought. And I think that he doubled down on it because he knows that, and he doesn't think he's going to get a guilty verdict. That's why I think he went so far with it, because he could have done it for a good solid hour, but he because he wasn't getting Alec to say what he wanted as the answer, he kept asking the same questions over and over and over again, and then getting mad that Alec was giving him the same answer over and over and over again.
Right.
Asking the same fucking question.
Right, so exactly. Or ask a different question, ask several different questions, and then revisit the original question. There's all kinds of techniques, but continuing to ask the same question and getting angry when you don't get you continue to get the same answer is just a big fat waste of time, in my opinion.
You rehearsed your answers? And he's like, no, you literally just asked me the same question multiple times. Like, I'm giving you the answer.
I'm not going to change my answer. Kind of like I didn't change my answer about being down at the kennels until I absolutely fucking had to. Because no less than 7 people identified my voice on that tape or on that video. When you're dealing with somebody like that, you can't bulldoze your way into getting an answer. It doesn't work.
So they're probably going to wrap up on Wednesday. He said they're probably going to
yeah.
And that means, so the jury's going to deliberate. So before I have to get off to go take care of tiny humans, how long do you think the jury's going to be out for?
Oh, boy.
I can't ask you the same old question.
I would say I'll have a better idea, honestly, when I hear the jury instructions.
Okay.
I'm usually better at gauging how quickly it's going to take, I don't think this is going to be a quick verdict. I would be very surprised, but I've been wrong before. This is the part that's hard for me. It depends on what the jury, for me, I would listen to the jury instructions, because if they're involved and kind of complicated and they have to do multiple steps, there's multiple things to deliberate, like
Yep.
within each count, then it obviously takes longer.
I agree with adjusted fate. I think the fact that they're not allowed to take notes is going to make it a lot longer. And I think that they're going to have a lot of questions such as, like, can we look at this piece of evidence? Can we see that again? Can we watch this video? I think they're going to have a lot more. I think
they're going to want, I think they're going to have questions about explanations of the instructions.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not convinced. I think it's going to be hung, and I think they're going to come back hung, and I think the judge is going to tell them to go back and try to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a very, I will say this. I think there's only going to be two verdicts. There's only two ways this is going to go. This is either going to be a hung jury or guilty. That's it.
Really?
That's the way I think it's going to go.
I'm not convinced it's going to go guilty.
I
I think there's only two ways it's going to go. It's either going to be a hung jury or it's going to be guilty. I don't see an acquittal. And I think what's going to happen is the more likely scenario, I agree, is probably going to be a hung jury. And I can guarantee you, I would bet my party tit the state is going to try his ass again.
That was my next question to you. So if it is a hung jury, will they do this again?
Yes. Yes.
I better hope you're right, or you're never coming to my party again.
What? I am the party. What are you talking about? Of course you're going to invite me to your party. I have the best snacks.
Not if you lose that party tit.
Oh, well, that's true. Oof.
Boring.
Even if I don't have a party tit, I'm still tons of fun.
Diane thinks they're going to come back guilty. I'm so up in the air. I feel like this could go any which direction. I'm telling you, if it came back that he's not guilty, I would be like, I get it. If it comes back guilty, I'm going to be like, I get it. And if it comes back hung jury, I'm going to be like, I get it.
I get it.
I got nothing. I feel like it's going to be a hung jury, but I will honestly not be surprised at any verdict here.
Well, y'all, it's been great.
Let me see. If they didn't even take his clothes and they had him all in the car doing interview, touch DNA transfer, etc., did they test the passenger seat of the officer's car? No. Did they test his phone for blood? They didn't test Maggie and Paul's clothes. There's so many things. I literally could go on forever.
We could go on forever.
I really could.
I will say that what's interesting to me is you have Alec admitting that he handled Paul's phone, yet there's no DNA on Paul's phone. And I mean none, like not even Paul's.
We have a disaster of an investigation.
We do.
And I think that leads to reasonable doubt. And
it does.
Gets to a not guilty.
But now I'm going to be stuck knowing what this damn arrest thing was from SLED.
Yeah, I want to know that too.
What could they possibly have arrested him for?
Sniper, this is 100% true. He would not have even been indicted by the grand jury if they had not lied about the shirt and how the shotguns in the house were loaded. If they had not, just the shirt in general, if they had not lied about the shirt, and like I said at the beginning of this, I don't know if the investigator lied or was given bad information. It reminds me of the Skylar Richardson case where they were the investigators were told that she burned the remains of her baby, and then come to find out the remains were not burned, so they confronted her on the remains being burned, and but that's what their professionals told them.
Right.
And so they went with it. I'm almost positive. I would think that's probably what happened with this guy. He's not the one testing it. He's reading a report and saying this is what was found.
That's exactly what happened. He was given a report, and the report said that there was high velocity blood spatter. So he went and testified in front of the grand jury based on that information. Unfortunately, what happened was there was a follow-up report that was emailed to him that he did not see, and that contradicted the first report. And had he been more vigilant with his emails, he would have gotten that report and wouldn't have happened.
But I do agree that the grand jury would not have indicted him if it wasn't for that shirt. And now
I know. Well,
that evidence is bullshit.
Right.
So would we even be here right now if it hadn't been for that? I think it's a really good point.
I don't know if we no, I don't. I mean, we might not be here right now, but I do think that if they didn't get the indictment the first time, they would have continued to investigate and perhaps developed a different suspect, maybe not. And at some point down the road, either Alec Murdaugh or somebody else would have been on trial. Yep.
I agree.
Some short people.
Yeah. Somebody 5'2" to 5'4", potentially.
Which is a buttload of women. Frankly, that's our average height is right about that. Tall for a woman is anything more.
They haven't said one time that it could be possibly a woman. Well, they haven't said he's being framed either, so I don't know.
But the prosecution keeps trying to downplay it into some 11 or 12-year-old vigilante child who stole their guns and business. They refuse to even admit that, one, there are men who are 5'2" and 5'4".
Exactly.
There's a lot of women who fall into that range.
Right.
Everybody's stuck on that. This has to be some guy. And if we're going to say it's not Alec, it has to be an 11 or 12-year-old boy.
They look so
why is that? They do not want you looking to think that it could possibly be a female that did it.
They're always underestimating us women. We're crazy as fuck. Stop underestimating us. We're perfectly capable of doing this shit.
If it was two people, because they say that the other gunshots could have been potentially from somebody who was around 5'10". Like the one from the shots over by the quail pen or whatever the hell it is, and that would be the 5'2" to 5'4". But if you do have two shooters, then I mean, come on. And they say that, right off the bat, two guns typically equals two shooters. Yeah.
You know what astounds me?
Really go on forever, but I do have to go.
Yeah, you have to go.
Yeah, it's 9 already.
Oh,
and it's midnight where you are. You need to go to bed.
I took a nap. Remember?
Oh yeah, you did. You're good. You're like, I'm ready.
No, actually, I'm really tired, and but I can't quit you, Teresa. You know, I had to click this link. I love talking to you and Christine. You know that. It was just a bonus that Christine.
I figured we could just do this all night. I could keep going. I really could.
I know. I would too.
From little tiny humans that are like, "What are you doing?" and not paying attention to me, though.
Right. It's time for bed.
So, and I feel like I feel like I missed so much being gone. I mean, I had a lot of fun, but I feel like I missed so much. I'm like, I want to catch up on all the things and then and get ready to for Monday and be like, okay, here we are. Let's finish this off. And they've got more expert witnesses coming in, so I'm curious about that too.
But the thing is, this is what kills me about the poot. He's brought in these expert witnesses, right? And there's something about they're refuting some medical examiner, and I can't remember what the other one is, but they're not that big of a deal and they're not that controversial. Those are the poot's words of his own experts.
Aren't they supposed to save Alec for last?
They should.
Big slam dunk or something. I don't know.
Typically, that's what happens.
He wouldn't be a strong finish, so
I think it had to do with scheduling is on the part of the expert witnesses, because they have to pay to fly him there, and then they have to put him up.
Now they're going to put him up for the whole weekend.
Yeah, and Poot's big mad about that. You're cutting into his matching tin and Snickers. They
didn't even try to squeeze one in today, though. They ended early instead.
Right. I think it was needed.
Oh yeah, I think so too. Because they needed to serve him with a misdemeanor arrest warrant, apparently.
I got to know what this dadgum arrest warrant is for. From SLED. How can the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division serve you with a misdemeanor? Do they typically investigate misdemeanor crimes?
it's like, oh, he said he doesn't like us on the stand and he doesn't trust us. So yeah, it is. But okay, so Seeker JB, this is one of the things, and I'm going to pull up some pictures because I've heard this a lot.
We're done, I thought.
Part at 5'2". It makes him 5'2", and I just do not think that he could shoot Paul from the golf cart. So that's, and I want to put some stuff together to try to prove that or disprove myself. So we'll see. Poot has 100 murder cases under his belt. The guy is experienced. Oh yeah, and he's classic gentleman to the judge. The defense has a guy named Tubin coming in that will destroy the claim by the state that the shell casings were matched to the family guns based on tool markings and and it's calling it junk science. They say that a lot, but it's junk science. But I don't know. I mean, it's they say a lot of stuff when it comes to crime scene investigations or junk science, and I don't necessarily agree. But I mean, the guns are gone. But they've done every person who's come up there has shown that Paul doesn't take care of his weapons. And
Bless
so,
it. And that Buster runs amok terrorizing chickens. They've just dragged that poor dog's name just directly through the mud. Bless Bubba's little heart.
Buster runs around getting the chickens. Poor Buster. Okay. So, thank you guys. Thank you.
You're welcome,
Christine. I'm pleasantly surprised that you came up. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you on panel, and you haven't been around for so long, and I'm glad that you were here tonight. And Jen Lou, it's absolutely always a pleasure, whether we're on the same side or opposing sides.
I don't know. You have started to get me to come around to looking at things differently. You and Dr. B both.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
I meant you both. Like you all, you two, because you guys are on the same side, you maniac.
The two is of us and the Dr. B.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, everybody in chat. I mean, we've been on for 4 hours.
Oh my God.
I can't thank you guys enough for hanging out and spending your Friday night with us. I know that there's 1,000 other places that you guys could be. And some of you, it's morning time, hey, breakfast with champions over here.
Mm-hmm.
But I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate all you wrenches that have been here all night and sharing all the channels and doing all the great things that you do, and all you great chatters who do make me think outside the box too, and they go, okay, wait a minute, what about that? Or what about this? So I thank every one of you for spending your time here with me and these lovely women.
Thank you.
And hopefully I'll see you guys soon, because there's some other things I want to do, especially with Murdaugh, but I also have some other cases I want to talk about. So it's a guinea. It's a guinea.
That's a guinea. Bye,
guys.
All right,
bye,
I'll
you
talk
guys.
to you guys later.
Love you all. Love you too. Bye.